The green flag flies, and it's time to drop the hammer.
It's free wide, heading towards the checkers.
Oh, everybody's crashing!
Side by side for the win!
He muscles him up and out of the groove! Now contact! And around!
And this is going to stack up about 15 of them!
It's 3 wide for 3 rows!
Kyle Larson has pulled off grand larceny!
Unbelievable!
Into the Irish hills of Michigan, NASCAR has come once again as we get ready for one of the most favorite weekends of the entire year for drivers, teams, and the entire NASCAR industry. NASCAR is back in Michigan. Hello, one and all. I'm Matthew Owens, and welcome to Michigan. Thanks for having us in for the race. We always love coming to the Michigan International Speedway. It is really and truly one of the great racetracks really on the American racing scene. It's so much fun, this 2-mile D-shaped oval with all of this speed and all of this history. We are excited to once again be back for what is becoming a once-a-year trip to MIS. It is a very abbreviated pre-race show here this afternoon, so let's get straight to the major storylines here for this Michigan race on this first Sunday of June. The championship standings coming in look like this. At the top of the standings I say, is Tyler Reddick, who won here at Michigan just a couple of years ago. He's been, of course, at the top of the championship standings all year long. He has a 97-point lead on Denny Hamlin, the winner last weekend in Nashville, who also just so happens to be the defending winner of this race. Ryan Blaney is well back, as everyone else is, basically from third on back. You are battling for third behind those two at the top. Second page of the championship standings leads off with Kyle Larson, the reigning champion, who is still on that long winless drought. Take a look at Christopher Bell, who's finished second now in back-to-back races at Charlotte and Nashville. He sits in seventh. Chris Buescher, who has the best average finish in the next-gen era at Michigan, sits eighth. Carson Hocevar, going after a bit of Michigan history, ninth in the standings. Page 3, the number to your right now reflects the number of points a driver is ahead of the chase cut line. Remember, 16 drivers make the chase for the Cup. William Byron sits 11th. Shane Van Gisbergen over the last 3 weeks has vaulted himself from 19th to 12th in the championship standings. On the other end of that spectrum, Darrell Wallace Jr. continues to backslide. He is 15th. And meanwhile, at the cut line, Austin Cindric holds the final spot inside the chase by just 2 points on Ryan Preece, by 9 on Joey Logano. And that's how the championship standings stand up as we come into race 15 of the season. I am joined this afternoon by Matt White, and hello to you, Matt. Excited to be back in Michigan.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Matthew. Hello, everyone. We are excited to be back at one of the, as you said, one of the most fun tracks that we go to. It's big, it's bad, it's fast. It's faster here than at Talladega and Daytona in a straight line. So it has provided some real fun races over the last, forever. But certainly the last few years, we've had some great shows up here. Last year was a cracker of a race. Let's hope we get something similar this afternoon.
Yeah, we certainly hope to. Been a while for you here on the NASCAR
It has.
scene. What have you thought about the last few weeks? Particularly if we skip over Dover, all respect to our friends in Delaware. If we skip over Dover, what's your main thoughts been from 600 miles at Charlotte and then 400 last week in Nashville?
I only really kind of watched through highlights of the last couple of races. and they seemed from the highlights packages that NASCAR put out fairly similar kind of races. It wasn't overly people getting a big lead and shooting right at the front. It seemed all quite tightly packed. Championship sort of towing and fraying between a few people, as you've sort of documented there in the championship standings. So back under the sun rather than under the floodlights this afternoon. And no weather to speak of, which is also great news for multiple reasons. And the NASCAR summer stretch will continue here at Michigan, where we have seen some upset winners in the past.
Yeah, we sure have. Well, as mentioned, this is race 15 of the season, Matt, and 8 of the first 14 races of the year have been won by Toyotas, and Toyota has been the dominant OEM this season. Now, that's always a storyline in NASCAR world, but especially when we come to Michigan, because, of course, we're just outside of Detroit, and that means all of the manufacturers really want to win here. For the people in the big offices at Chevrolet, Toyota, and Ford, this is a crown jewel race, and there's a trophy to be won for the winning OEM today. They call it the Heritage Trophy, given to the winning manufacturer of the Michigan race. That is made even more important the last handful of years, Matt, since we've only come to Michigan once a year. Toyota has won the last 2 Heritage Trophies, with Denny Hamlin last year and Tyler Reddick 2 years ago, but of recent it's been Ford that's dominated in their backyard, winning 9 of the last 11 Michigan races. For Chevrolet, they've been shut out since 2017 when Kyle Larson won here for Chip Ganassi.
Yeah, and that's an absolute eternity ago, isn't it, for them? So they'll be looking to do the business this afternoon. You would think, from what we've seen so far this year, Toyota are already nailed on, and the green flag hasn't been thrown in the air as of yet. And they've had the hot hand recently. And outside of Ryan Blaney's win at Phoenix back in March, we haven't seen. Has there been any Fords turn up? Really? It's been all Camry and a sprinkling of Chevrolets throughout the field. Ryan Blaney's been holding the flag for the Ford Motor Company this season. Let's see if they can get back on the horse at one of the manufacturer's favourite tracks, as the stats say. Let's hope we can have a bit of an intra-manufacturer battle today with a certain trophy on the line.
Denny Hamlin won the pole yesterday. He will not start there. More on that as we go on. Speaking of what's happened at Michigan in the past few years, Matt, and putting it to this year's trends, Hendrick Motorsports has only won twice this year. It's both come with Chase Elliott. They have been subpar, if you will, HMS has, compared to their lofty standards. And, well, can they come to Michigan and turn it around? Recent history says no. You know why? The last Hendrick driver to win here, Matt, was Jeff Gordon in 2014. Wow. If the last Hendrick driver to win at a place was Jeff Gordon, that means they probably haven't won at that place in a long time.
Yeah, or it dropped off the calendar and has come back. Yeah, that's a wild stat, and it sets records are there to be broken. It sets up for them to do something special this afternoon. And they've been in contention to some degree over the last few weeks. Larson was strong in spells over this last run, especially at Charlotte a couple of weeks ago. William Byron has been a bit of a head scratcher, hasn't it? I mean, we all expected him to be well secure in the terms of the points, but as you ran through those point standings a little while ago, he's sliding towards the bubble area. Really needs to get something going through this June and July part of the schedule to make sure he's well and truly in safe when we get to Daytona in August.
Engines have been fired here at Michigan. Let's give you our ones to watch.
Carson Hocevar announced himself in the NASCAR Cup Series at this race last year, leading 32 laps, before falling out of contention late on. This year has been obviously much better, a win at Talladega amongst some other highlights of standout performances. He comes back to his home track trying to add to the win column again today, at a track where no driver from the state has won, yet.
yet being the operative word because Brad Keselowski, too, attempts to become the first Michigander to win a Cup race here at Michigan. He's finished in the top 10 in each of the last 3 Michigan races, and the team that he co-owns, RFK Racing, put all 3 of their cars in the top 10 in this race a year ago, including Chris Buescher, who finished second. Buescher, in fact, the winner of this race 3 years ago. So Keselowski aims once again to knock down a win at his home track, but if he can't, perhaps one of his teammates and one of the cars that he owns can.
Darrell Wallace Jr. really goes well here at Michigan International. He was 4th in this race last year and has 2 top 5s in the last 4 starts here at this racetrack. A great start to the season saw him 2nd through the first few weeks, but it's been a terrible run of things recently, with 4 out of the last 5 finishes outside the top 20. Losing him, as you can see on screen, 13 spots in the championship standings. He now slides towards the bubble position. While his teammates flying the flag at the top of the point standings, Darrell needs to get back on the horse at a track where he does go very well.
You are not mistaken. Michigan is not a road course, but Shane Van Gisbergen is one to watch. The reason being is because he's on a heck of a hot streak. Over the last 3 races, an average finish of 5.7 has vaulted him up from 19th to 12th in the championship standings. A 5th place finish at Nashville last week, his best career oval finish in the Cup Series. So with momentum in SVG's corner, can he keep it going at MIS? Those are our ones to watch for Michigan. Now let's give you the starting grid. Qualifying set here yesterday. Denny Hamlin won his 50th career pole, but will have to drop to the rear for the start. Carson Hocevar trying to become that first Michigander to win here starts on the front row. A pair of Toyotas in row 2, championship leader Tyler Reddick and Bristol winner Ty Gibbs. The chases always seem to be together, and they are again in row 3. Briscoe on the inside and Elliott on the outside. Row 4, Kyle Larson, who used to be the Michigan maestro, not so much with Hendrick, against Christopher Bell in row 4, who's finished second the last 2 weeks. William Byron for Hendrick Motorsports in row 5, flanked by the Dollar Tree Toyota of Eric Jones, who's been on a good run of late.
Row 6, Daniel Suarez, the Charlotte winner from a couple of weeks ago, and Riley Herbst, who's now in the news after finding out he's without a ride for next year. Row 7, another of our ones to watch, Bubba Wallace in the very luminous number 23 today, Chris Buescher in the 17. Cole Custer is in row 8, decent qualifying for him in the 41, alongside one of the stars of last week's named Smith. John Hunter Nemechek is in the 42 for Legacy Motor Club. Joey Logano's 22 Penske car is next to him, ahead of his teammate Ryan Blaney and Michael McDowell.
Austin Dillon in row 11 for Richard Childress Racing next to Noah Gregson starting in 22nd. Row 12, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. off the top 5 last week at Nashville, shoulder to shoulder with Ty Dillon. A.J. Allmendinger starts from 25th. Good run at Nashville last week, spoiled by a broken brake rotor. He's with Brad Keselowski. Keselowski's teammate Ryan Preece finished top 10 here last year. He's in row 14 with Austin Hill. In row 15, it's a couple of purple mobiles, Alex Bowman and Shane Van Gisbergen.
Austin Cindric way down the field. He'll need to do better than that today. He's in row 16 alongside Ross Chastain, another man searching for points. Cody Ware is in the 51 again this week. He is on row 17 alongside the WeatherTech sponsored Connor Zilic, Todd Gilliland and JJ Yaley on row number 18. And Josh Berry brings up the rear in 21 for the Wood Brothers, although as Matthew said, he will be starting alongside Denny Hamlin at the rear of the field.
And there you see the manufacturer breakdown on the big day for the OEMs, with 18 of the field's 39 cars being entered by Chevrolet, 10 Fords, and 9 Toyotas. The Michigan 400, 200 laps, 400 miles, 644 kilometers. Stage lengths vary quite a bit today. 45 laps that first stage, then 75 and 80 the second and third stages. The race record will not be touched today, set by Dale Jarrett in June of 1999. That average speed of 173.9 miles an hour came in a caution-free race. Let's take you around the Michigan International Speedway, this 2-mile D-shaped oval. A lot of history around this speedway. We take you right from the start and look how wide the racetrack is, and take in how many grooves there is to choose from on this racetrack. And Matt, these are highly banked, sweeping corners. You can't quite take them wide open, but you can take them with a lot of speed. And when you come off of turn 2, a 2,000-foot-long back straightaway with loads of space in front of you, and depending on where you start, loads of cars in front of you too.
Yeah, indeed. So we're going to see 3 and 4 wide on the starts and restarts today. It is a hint of a lift, let's say, in the corners when you've got decent tyres and a good car underneath you. Wall at the exit of turn 4 comes up fairly quickly, but as you see, if you can get a run off turn 4 and pick up a slipstream, you can make things happen down towards turn number 1. That's obviously the case on the back straight as well, but we do see it more often than not at this end of the racetrack. High, wide and handsome, and the upper lane sometimes is the good lane, sometimes it's the low lane. We'll see a variation of both, I'm sure, today. But then if you've got the good run down the front straight and make up passes, you're probably going to be under attack here. It's Christopher Bell rat-a-tat-tats on the back of us down towards turn number 3. So it's a momentum racetrack. It's a fuel racetrack as well. More on that in a moment. We often see some really, really good racing here. And as I said, last year's race was one of the best races of the season. So let's hope we get one of those again today. And on the whiteboard, we have a few pointers. As we said, surviving or thriving on restarts. Will you go for broke? Or will you just try to stick it out and wait for everything to settle down into the single file action that we'll see throughout the afternoon? 1 caution or fewer in stage 1 in the last 6 or in 6 of the last 9 Michigan races. So it is a green start to the race generally around here. Now we've said that, of course, that will be very, very different today. You absolutely can guarantee it. And as I mentioned in there in the virtual app, fuel, big, bold, capital. It should be underlined with exclamation marks and question marks after it, but we ran out of font. Always a factor around this racetrack, and we've seen some surprises, upset winners, all manner of things around here in the late laps. We'll touch on it, I'm sure, throughout the race, depending on when cautions fall and pit strategy and all of that. But fuel, a big factor around this big, wide, fast racetrack.
One of our shortest pre-races of the year, Matt. We got it done just in time. We're ready to go green.
Yep, looks like it. Field is ready. The second half of the field just coming to the back of the first half of the field. Up in Manufacturers, Michigan, for the start of this race, it is Tyler Reddick pulling onto the front row to take the place of Denny Hamlin, who goes to the back. Alongside one of the hometown favourites, he's been in all 3 races this weekend, Carson Hocevar, in front of a sold-out Michigander crowd, on their feet, waving their hats for the green flag. It's Matthew Owens.
No matter if your allegiance is maize and blue or go green, we're glad to have you with us, and it's time to drop the hammer at Michigan. We are underway in the Michigan 400, and Michigan-born Carson Hocevar takes off from the outside of row 1. He'll lead the field into the 18 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2 with 2 Toyotas at the back door chasing.
You can see they love him up here. Absolutely everyone on the in the grandstands on their feet as he takes the lead coming out of turn number 2 for the first time, to lead them down the back straight away. The battle of the energy drinks is on for second. Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick side by side, being pounced upon by Chase Elliott as they head towards turn number 3. But it is going to be Carson Hocevar that will lead them off full for the first time ahead of Reddick.
Field sweeping up out of turn number 4. Lap 1 led by Hocevar, with Reddick and Gibbs chasing him. Then Hendrick teammates Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott at 4th and 5th. Daniel Suarez has made up places on the start. He files in line 6th. Chase Briscoe backsliding a bit on the start of the race.
Yep, don't worry about that too much, Chase Briscoe fans. He'll be hanging around as he has done for the last couple of weeks, I'm sure, towards the top end all day long. Here comes Chris Buescher. Trying to get around Barbara Wallace in the 23 Columbia car today. Didn't quite make it happen on the outside into 3, but he will complete that pass off 4. Spinning at the back end of the field. And I say with disappointment because yet again he's hit the fence and rolled to the apron. Connor Zilic brings out the first caution of the day.
And this young man just cannot catch a break. Caution is out. Well, just as you said, Matt. Don't have a lot of cautions early here in Michigan until we say that we don't. And then here come the early cautions. At the completion of lap 2, the rookie Connor Zilic has gone around and, just cannot seem to catch a break. This young rookie who we all know is so talented, won so many races last year on the Grand National level, but the 19-year-old rookie this year, Matt, having a very rude introduction to NASCAR Cup Series racing in his first full-time campaign. I mean, this is 39th and 38th the last 2 weeks, and already he's on his way to finishing back there again today.
Yeah, it was up behind Ricky Stenhouse going into turn 3, popped out from behind him to take the high line, and as soon as he got some clean air on the nose, the rear of the car just went around, and he rolled up the racetrack and backed it into the wall right on the left rear corner, which is fairly vital for fuel, to another of our whiteboard points. That's going to affect how they fuel that car all day. He's done another lap to catch up to the back of the field and now brings the black and white number 88 to the attention of the Trackhouse crew.
If you've been watching with us, and as I just said, it was a very abbreviated pre-race show. We rushed through everything, but now we get an early caution. Gives us a chance to check up on the comment section. Cody with us says, let's go. Glenn Judd with us for a second straight week says, happy Sunday, everyone. Glad to have you with us. Our good friend Christian Malley, as always. Not only does he leave a comment, Matt, but he has humor. Hi to everyone. Where hell has finally frozen over as Alexander Zverev has finally won a tennis Grand Slam.
I know. Yeah, yeah, and the slam that nobody wanted to win.
And also Bruce Andrews with us as well says, let's go Hocevar. He has them all rattled. Well, he's up front at the start. Was in the running yesterday in the truck race late, finished third behind Caden Honeycutt and, would you believe, Corey Heim winning a truck race. Surely not.
Talking of rattled, the Trackhouse team are rattling a big hammer across the deck lid there of the 88, but he is rolling. So, yeah, good afternoon to everybody, or hello, wherever you are around the world, watching and listening in the comments section. Happy to have you again this week. Some of our sort of regulars returning, and certainly Christian is president of the Regulars Club with us. And we've got some takers from the back end of the field on this early caution.
Fuel window is about 40 to 45 laps, Matt. So this first stage is basically a fuel run. So for drivers starting towards the back or middle of the pack, take the opportunity at the early caution to fill up on fuel and make sure you don't have to stop for fuel before this stage ends. Bell, Byron, and Barry all in.
Yeah, those 3 of the 4. There was another car in there at the back of the shop which couldn't quite ID, but they will be, they'll be fine to get through if we go green, of course, all the way through the rest of this stage. Just nipping at 30 degrees Celsius here in Michigan today, 84 in American language, and the humidity is down, which is very, very good indeed.
Does that mean we have to... Of course, you're not going to get any argument out of me, but does that mean we have to mention Fahrenheit for the next month or however for the World Cup because it's American, Canadian, Mexican language?
Yeah, well, right on the American-Canadian border as the North American countries come together over the next 6 weeks. Yes, I feel like there is going to be a lot of talk about heat on this network over the next little while as our World Cup coverage begins on Thursday.
Listen, I can tell you just locally in Greensboro, Norway, not a fan of the heat. you go by the...
You better off up in Boston or somewhere in the north, wouldn't they, for those guys? But
you go by the Grand Over Resort and Hotel in Greensboro, and all you see is a bunch of shirtless Norwegians. They can't... hope they're enjoying their time at the Grand Over Resort and Hotel and in the surrounding areas of Greensboro. Have yet to run into Erling Haaland, which is, a shame.
There's always tomorrow. Always tomorrow. And for the next couple of weeks, perhaps. They do have other players in their squad, but...
they do, yes. Supposedly.
Yes, he's found out. Many names that haven't played, or it's been a while since they've played at a World Cup, playing at this World Cup over the next couple of weeks. And the 2 of us will be back together on Thursday to bring you the opening game at the Azteca
Yes.
Mexico against South Africa on Thursday afternoon, your time, evening for me.
Yes, we
First World Cup mission of the afternoon for us, and I'm sure there'll be many more throughout as this broadcast goes on.
Oh, I'm sure there will be, for sure. Yes, Mexico and South Africa opened up the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. Now they open up the 2026 World Cup in Mexico. Funny how things work. All right.
12,500 miles difference between the two countries, but
now Matt mentioned on the whiteboard you can just work on surviving the restarts, or you can be a restart thriver. A lot of positions to be made up on these restarts, and our first one of the day is the very vibrant blue Chevrolet Corvette pace car hits pit road into the restart zone. Carson Hocevar leads the field back to green, and we're racing again off the quickest caution of the year. And Carson Hocevar dives from top to bottom on the approach to turn one to cover off Tyler Reddick. There's Zane Smith thriving topside, going around the outside of 3 race cars. Zane Smith on the move.
He could be the luckiest dog in town, is Zane Smith, but he's making up some places at the front, though. It's the Toyotas ganging up on Hocevar. Reddick tried to pass him, and Gibbs got the best run of them all off the turn 2. He will go to the lead in 3. Now we're trying to wash up in front of both of them. That's not worked out, and they'll both swing past. It's going to be 3 wide off 4.
Hocevar and nose in front. Gibbs falls back behind him. Reddick will fall in between the both of them, and it's Hocevar at the line in front. The 2 Hendrick cars working almost in tandem down the straightaway draft up on the top 3, and the top 5 are now under a blanket as they race back to 2.
Hocevar clear off 2 from Reddick. Gibbs is about to get swallowed up by Chase Elliott here, who's carrying the prime camera down the back straightaway. But actually, Chase sits in behind for the moment in 4th place. Gibbs will have a look to the inside in turn 3 on Reddick, but not close enough to affect a pass. Hocevar continues to lead.
Sweeping up off of turn number 4, Hocevar in the yellow and black livery in his Ziegler Auto Group Chevrolet flashes across the line in front of 2 Toyotas. Then it's a line of 3 Chevrolets, Elliott, Larson, and Suarez. Side-by-side racing further back. Chase Briscoe went backwards on the initial start. He's gone backwards off the restart too. Darrell Wallace Jr. works to his inside. This the battle for 9th.
Good to see Wallace coming forward. One of our ones to watch has had some success here in previous races at the racetrack. We've got a spinner. Oh, it's Connor Zilic again off turn 2. And this time he's going to slide all the way down to the inside wall. He is going to nose the wall. And that, I'm afraid, for Connor, is an early flight back to Charlotte. Day done.
Goodness. It's a humbling sport.
Yeah.
I mean, go from winning everything here, there, and everywhere last year to not being able to catch a single break this year, Matt. We've been on the air for the 2 road course races this year where Zilic has run extremely well but not gotten the finishes there that he deserved because he kept getting turned around by people at Coda, flat tire at Watkins Glen. Just nothing's gone right for him, and, well, right there, I'm sure the damage from the lap 2 spin obviously affected that, but he's gone way, way up the racetrack. He thinks he's driving here back in 2008, where you can just drive right up against the wall. You haven't really widened it out that much since the repave 14 years ago. And just way, way too high there with a car already with damage.
Yeah, it was very high in the middle of the corner, suggesting that car was very, very loose. And as you say, the damage from the first spin not helping. So it's a shame he's not made it 10 laps on the day. And Connor has walked to the ambulance to have the mandatory checkup at the care centre, but he is done, I'm afraid, for Connor Zilic fans for the afternoon.
Trackhouse Racing has been, well, some major ups and some major downs the last handful of weeks, Matt. Shane on this incredible run of an average finish of 5.7 over the last 3 weeks and going from 19th to 12th in the championship. But while he's been doing that, the 1 and the 88 have been nowhere over those 3 weeks as more cars are on pit road during this caution. William Byron again. So not only is he thinking about not pitting for this stage, he wants to go a long time without pitting, I guess. A.J. Allmendinger, the great A.J. Allmendinger, of course, is on pit road with Ryan Preece. and a few others. Cody Ware in there as well.
Yeah, it's been a really weird, you could say, few weeks for Trackhouse. Shane doing just tremendous stuff. Obviously, the win at Watkins Glen a few weeks back was a bit of a non-factor at Dover in the All-Star race, but then again, that was a little bit to be expected. And then Crash was involved, I think, because I don't know, because I don't care really, was involved in a crash in the first half of the race. But then at Charlotte and at Nashville, he's been tremendous, whereas his teammates have been not very fast and then crashing. And that seems like it's continued today. Hopefully for Ross Chastain, that curse has perhaps gone away from him. But yes, not the season perhaps we would have expected out of Trackhouse at the beginning of the year. But yeah, both of those guys perhaps being humbled a little bit by the road course ringer in the team.
Yeah, broken brake rotors for both Ross and Connor last week put them out early, and now Connor with 2 crashes inside of 10 laps here at Michigan, and he is done for the day as he just lost it basically on his own in turns 1 and 2. So in 10 laps, Matt, 2 crashes on 2 different ends of the racetrack.
For the same driver, yeah, it's not great. And perhaps some soul searching needing to be done in that 88 crew over the next couple of weeks. It's just, as you said, a bit of a downward spiral for them. We all know the kid is absolutely full of talent. It's just not being able to show it really at the moment. As you say, last year it was the complete opposite, where he was winning every week in the Grand National Series for fun. I reckon he's had a flat tyre there. Looking at the onboard, that had a major twitch in the middle of turn 2, and did well to keep it off the outside wall, but in doing so then took a wild ride down across the concrete, the tarmac infield, should I say, and fairly sizable impact with a safer barrier down there.
So Zilich's car being hauled to the garage and dropping many pieces on pit road.
Yeah, it's the underbody of that car is not going to look the same as it was a couple of minutes ago with the way it's been dragged down pit road at speed.
By the way, if you are just finding us, just twisting us in, and you're new to the channel, if you like what you see, and more importantly, you like what you hear, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Press the notification bell to get notified anytime we go live. This channel creeping towards a magic number of 1,000 subscribers. And hopefully we'll hit it either before or right after the World Cup starts next Thursday as the field gets 1 to go. But excited to have so many new watchers here on the channel.
Yeah, if you have been a recent subscriber when you were listening and watching us today, hello to you. Welcome. Thank you. We've had a big uptick in clicks, let's say, over the last couple of weeks. So that's pleased us greatly. So thank you for that. With the biggest party of the summer approaching on Thursday.
So, as you may have been able to surmise from our whiteboard, this will not be the 7th in the last 11 Michigan races with 1 or fewer cautions in Stage 1.
No.
As we're
on lap 13, we've had 2 green flag laps so far.
We've totally overshot the runway there. But hopefully we'll get some green flag running, as I can't imagine that they're going to go green this time around, by the way, because they're going to want to clean up all that was on pit road. Because, as we said, that thing was... It had a lot of things coming out from underneath Zilich's car as it was getting dragged down pit road. Unapproved adjustment was the reason Denny Hamlin had to go to the rear of the field. The reason for that, in qualifying yesterday, he had a flat tire after he won the pole, 50th of his career, but he had a flat tire, so they had to change the tires. You're meant to start on the tires that you qualify with. That's an unapproved adjustment. So
okay.
That's why he had to go to the rear, and indeed they are waving off the restart And there are 2 safety trucks now on pit road, as I anticipated there would be.
Yeah, feel like they may be there when we come around turn 4 again on the next lap too. The amount of parts and pieces that were being left down there. So we will stay double file for the moment, but at a reduced speed.
And they have not had them go back through the chews, so they do plan on going back green this time. That is the plan, of course. With Carson Hocevar leading, you see the running order on your screen with now 36 of the 37 starters out on the racetrack. And as Matt's mentioned, only 3-4 green flag laps completed?
Not even, I don't think. Well, yeah. Lap 2 caution for the first one, and then on the second lap of the second phase of the race, which I think was lap 8, we went back to green. So,
we talk about fuel and long green runs at Michigan, and it's taking us forever just to get to lap 15.
Yeah, major whiteboard cursing going on here. Which means we'll have no fuel issues either.
Indeed. But one thing we are guaranteed to get is a lot of passing and drama on restarts, and we're about to have another one, of course. As we get ready to go back
with
green.
The black and yellow cars again on the front row of the grid. One yellow and black, one black and yellow. It's all Pittsburgh, seemingly, at the front end of this field.
Yeah, or to stay in Big Ten country, the Iowa Hawkeyes have invaded Michigan, of course.
Right, indeed.
Here comes the field into the restart zone once again. Carson Hocevar on the outside of row 1, the control car. Green flag goes up in the air. Chase Briscoe, 5 rows back, jumps out of line. He goes from top to bottom to make it 3 wide with Zane Smith and Darrell Wallace Jr. Leaders hurdle into the corner, and Tyler Reddick is out in front of Hocevar. Does he have him cleared? Yes, he does.
So Reddick now goes to the front, but Hocevar will hook in on the toe there of Reddick down the back straight away. Some free wide action a little bit further back with Briscoe. Trying to get around. Ty Gibbs actually fell in line in the end. But the lead 2 are clear. Kyle Larson trying to sneak through on Ty Gibbs for third.
Another big jump out of line on the back straightaway came from Zane Smith. He is definitely thriving on these restarts early. He gets around Riley Herbst. Zane Smith up to 7th. He's had a really good stretch of races at Charlotte and Nashville the last couple of weeks. Tyler Reddick leads back to the corner. Hocevar behind him second. Then a break of 5 lengths to third place running Ty Gibbs.
With those 2 Hendrick cars behind him again as they were on the last restart. Elliott ahead of Larson. And then Wallace next, after he's just nicked around Daniel Suarez in turns 1 and 2. Gibbs again defending against Chase Elliott. Further back, Brad Keselowski and Chase Briscoe side by side. Sorry, Chris Buescher and Chase Briscoe side by side.
Buescher, the best average finish of anyone at Michigan in the next-gen era. He was the runner-up in this race last year as he tries to break into the top 10 and does, running back in the 10th position. A lot of side-by-side, elbow-to-elbow racing going on behind him, including his team boss Brad Keselowski, who's on the move.
But it's Tyler Reddick leading the way on lap number 17 as we finally get past a couple of laps in the book off of start and or restart on the day. Looks like it's fairly settled down into its regular sort of single fileness at the front half of the field anyway. And a bit of moving and shaking going on in the back end of town.
Cole Custer to the inside of Ty Dillon. Now will fall back in line on the front stretch, and Austin Dillon gets a major run. The draft is an enormous factor here at this big speedway with long straightaways and high speeds, and Ty Dillon makes the pass there. As up front, it's still Tyler Reddick being chased by Carson Hocevar as we listen in on Connor Zelich.
It's for us, but yeah, thank you to WeatherTech for being a part of it. We'll go try and get him at Pocono next week.
Short and sweet and to the point there for Connor, who has to be left disappointed. Here's Tyler Reddick coming to the line, leading at the end of the 18th lap. Carson Hocevar second. Tight nose-to-tail battle at third between Ty Gibbs and Chase Elliott. And then at the tail end of the top 10, Chris Buescher to driver's left on the approach to turn 1 of Riley Herbst. Ahead of those two, Zane Smith is still on the move, Matt.
Yeah, it's really trying to make some moves forward. Buescher slides in behind Herbst, didn't make up the position. But just in front of them, Smith trying to get past Suarez. bit further back in the field, that Cole Custer Austin Dillon battle that you documented is still going, and they've got 2 Penske cars coming from behind them. Blaney just ahead of Austin Cindric.
It is interesting. I talked about the draft on the straightaways around here, Matt, as Blaney gets in the draft of Cole Custer here on the front stretch, and Austin Cindric gets up on those two. And meanwhile, the draft kicks in further back, middle of the pack. Ryan Preece had Josh Berry and Denny Hamlin running side by side ahead of him. He was able to get a double slipstream, cut to the inside of both, passed them both, and then with that head of steam on the approach to one, Matt, he then passed Ross Chastain. You do, with this car at Michigan, have to play it almost like an IndyCar race on a big oval. If you go side by side on the straightaway, you know in your rearview mirror there's going to be movement from behind.
Yeah, if we get a finish like we did the last IndyCar race we called in a few hours' time, that would be spectacular, but we'll wait on see on that one. But yeah, absolutely, it's pass or be passed a little bit further back in the field. We're getting a replay here of Wallace being high in 3 and 4, and then cut across the nose of Daniel Suarez. No intention, but it loosened up the 7. And that opened the door for Zane Smith to slide through.
And again, the high speeds here and these corners that are fast and high banked, Matt, but they're fairly tight radius corners. That means defending your spot and playing the air game is going to come into play all afternoon long. And like you saw there, Wallace, with Suarez getting in his wake, Suarez had to back out of the throttle as he lost the nose very easily. Here's Chase Briscoe and Joey Logano going towards turn 1 at high speed side by side. Logano's going to make the pass and pick up P11.
Yeah, they talk about the speeds at this racetrack. That's helped by the long straights, and that means that the corners are of a tighter radius as well. So trying to get through that middle of the corner using as much speed as possible, especially when the tyres are at their best at this end of the run, is very, very key. We're going to see some people slip sliding around the way this track goes throughout the day and the way the tyres will fall off throughout the afternoon, you can be sure. But it is now 1 second clear in the lead for Tyler Reddick as we've got into. This is now at number 23. Briscoe trying to get it back around Joey Logano for the 11th position, but did not make that move forward. Noah Gregson, after a good qualifying run up here in the teens, here just behind Briscoe as they head back to turn 3.
Joey Logano running in 11th after making that pass on Chase Briscoe. Logano really needs a good run. You saw at the start, he's outside the Chase cut line at the moment. He's had good success here at Michigan in the past with 3 wins, but here recently, 3 straight finishes outside the top 10 here at MIS. Runs in the 11th position. Denny Hamlin started at the back, hasn't made up a lot of progress. We'll flash you up the full field rundown on screen. You can find Hamlin all the way back in the 31st position. Christopher Bell, who's been on pit road early through the cautions, Matt, he hasn't made up a lot of ground either. Bell is in 29th. But here's Ty Gibbs on the front straightaway, curved edge of this D-shape oval on the front side, and Gibbs got up alongside Carson Hocevar, then cut the wheel hard to the left to get away from him to not allow Hocevar to drag him back on the side draft, and Gibbs has made the pass for second.
Yep, so more Camry muscle being shown at the front of a NASCAR Cup Series race, would you believe? So Gibbs up to second, putting Hocevar back. Then it's Elliott Larson, as you saw on the screen before. That's the rest of the top 5. And not much else changing around in the top end of town. As I said, it's fairly spread out through the top sort of 15 or so at the moment, as here's the 2 Hendrick cars on the front straight.
Yeah, don't be surprised if we see Ty Gibbs at the front most of the day. He's been third each of the last 2 years at Michigan, top 10 here in 3 of his first 4 starts. That Hendrick battle was Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson at 4th and 5th. They stay in their order with Elliott in front of Larson. Further back, we find Ryan Preece moving to the inside of Shane Van Gisbergen. This is outside the top 25 and just behind the aforementioned Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin cars.
Yeah, so Priest through, and here comes Bell to try and take the spot away from SVG as well. Down the back straightaway comes the 20, and he will make the move through as they head towards turn 3. Gisbergen's car looks fairly wobbly as he goes into 3, but he'll try and cut off Denny Hamlin on the exit, but can't quite do it.
Hamlin pulls that Toyota Camry to the inside of Shane Van Gisbergen, and Hamlin not yet able to make the pass. Van Gisbergen on the straightaway was able to stay in the slipstream of Christopher Bell to help him pull him down the straight. Hamlin into the corner. Will the three-time Michigan winner be able to complete the pass this time?
Not quite, coming out of 2. And Van Gisbergen actually gets the better run on the outside line, and he will power his way back through to keep the position. Meanwhile, the lead gap has gone out slightly between Reddick and Gibbs. Now that Gibbs has got through into second place, it's up to 1.4 seconds. The battle of the energy drinks at the front of the field continues. Rockstar versus Monster.
I've always considered to be that the commentary crew that you see on your screen, Rockstar and Monster. you can determine which is which. A part of the Matt Squared commentary crew as Tyler Reddick brings the field back to the line. His lead on Ty Gibbs, about 15 car lengths on the stopwatch. That is 1.2 seconds. Carson Hocevar sitting back in the 3rd position. And sitting back there and just biding his time, and maybe even, Matt, saving a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, with the big slipstream that we pick up around here with the long straightaways, you can just sit in and use some half throttle, much like we see at Daytona and Talladega with a slipstream, and keep in the toe of the car in front. Use a little bit more. You'll use a little less gas, much to our IndyCar point from before, the strung out and fuel saving stuff. You don't want to be at the front necessarily at this stage of the race. You will be using more fuel out there in the clean air.
Don't like fuel mileage races around here. We hate them.
No, absolutely.
Tyler Reddick at the
Never
front.
provide any excitement at all.
Tyler Reddick at the front. He has been very used to being there. This is the 9th race of 2026 that Tyler Reddick has led. Of course, he's won 5 of the first 14 races of the year. And last week, Matt found a way to take a hard head-on hit into the wall and still finish 6th. Why not?
Yeah. It was a wild day that the 45 had at Nashville last week. It was in contention at Charlotte, of course, week prior, most of the day, until things transpired with all the pit stops and the delays and everything else going on. That portion of the race. Amazon have flashed up the graphic to tell us that Carson Hocevar down the back straightaway was using about 70% throttle, back to our point from before, so he is using the toe to his advantage.
He sure is, sitting in 3rd. Meanwhile, behind him, Chase Elliott has drop-kicked Kyle Larson, and in fact, Larson has lost the 5th position. Darrell Wallace Jr., one of our ones to watch, has overtaken the 5th spot from Larson. Inside the final 15 laps of stage number 1, Tyler Reddick Radio.
Conversation.
For balance, very similar to run 1 in practice. He is starting to save a little more, so it's okay to try it at the end of the straight, and we'll let you know how it stacks up. That was a good last lap. Should be a wash at the line. It's okay to not do that if it messes up your balance too much.
So the 45 trying to match what the 77 was doing when they were in 2nd. Now that the 54 of Ty Gibbs is in 2nd, Billy Scott told his driver, just match what Ty Gibbs is doing. Is that how nuanced the game is, Steve? That you're watching all the drivers around you and trying to match the pace they're setting?
You were not with us for Charlotte or Nashville, Matt, so for the first time this year I get to tell you happy Marty Snyder season, where we will hear him kick up questions to the booth that I will then ask you to answer.
Well, indeed so. Yeah, I mean, the fuel saving is going to be part of the game all day. It won't matter realistically too much in these first 2 stages because, of course, we get a reset at the end of each of them. But it certainly will matter if we come to having a green flag pit stop in the final stage. You want that pit stop to be as short as possible, which means saving the most fuel and having enough to get in there to get to the end.
Do you think that's just something that's hammered home in the Prime and then NBC production meetings? Because as we know, it's the NBC and USA Sports crew that produces the Prime broadcast. Do you think they just hammer home the point? Marty, pit reporters, when you get done with the report, we want you to throw a question up to the booth.
I don't think that needs to be asked of him anymore. He's been doing it for so long.
Because We heard none of that on Fox, which, now granted, sometimes with Fox it's like pulling teeth to try to get anything from the pit reporters.
Well, indeed. Including pit reports.
Indeed. But
under yellow or green or anything.
But, we come to Prime and we're getting them every 5 laps, it seems, and then they're throwing questions up to the booth as if Adam Alexander just isn't a thing. And then, of course, Daniel Suarez wins at Charlotte, and Marty Snyder's first question to him is, well, you won an O'Reilly Auto Parts Series championship once upon a time, but is this win even more meaningful? Oh, God. Thank you, Marty. Anyhow.
I don't know why. Gap is coming down at the front of the field. Meanwhile, as we head into 10 laps to go in this first stage, Ty Gibbs has got it down. He's halved it. In fact, he's down about 0.6 of a second. As this little crew of cars head across the line, including Denny Hamlin, who's edging forward, let's say. He and Christopher Bell making slow progress at the back end of the field. They've just sandwiched Austin Cindric between the two Camrys as they head down the back straightaway.
Interested that Denny Hamlin has not made up more ground here, Matt.
We know Bell has pitted at least once, so that's why he's back there. It's 25th, 6th and 7th for these three. But yes, we know how fast Hamlin's car clearly was yesterday before the flat tyre after the run, or during and then after the run in qualifying to get the pole position. So we know the 11 car is fast. Maybe they are much like he did at Nashville last week after that jump start penalty. Most of stage one, there was no point racing. Just let's bide our time and reset and go again later on in the day.
Yeah, he went from first to first last week, and I guess technically he's trying to do the same this week because he did officially get to keep the pole. We've got a problem. Flat tire, Matt, on Todd Gilliland in turn 3.
Yeah, he's got it down to the apron, but smoke coming from the left rear. He was one of the cars that, on the second caution, it's a left rear that is flat on the 34, and there was some people looking under, I noticed, in the shot we had of that car looking in the wheel well, so there may have been an issue with that number 34 car. Tyre carcass off the wheel and in pit lane. It's come to rest in what we would call the slow lane, the transition lane, in pit lane in the first half of it. Todd is way down the other end of the pits, so he will come to the attention of his crew. We stay green at the moment, but they will keep an eye on that carcass laying in pit lane.
Yeah, I think normally they probably would throw a caution for that, but with it being towards the end of the stage, we're coming around to 6 to go in the stage. Pit road will be closed, of course, when the leader starts the penultimate lap of the stage. They may just leave it green here. At the front, as Matt mentioned, Ty Gibbs chomping away at the deficit on Tyler Reddick. Those two Toyotas flash across the line. While doing so, they put a lap on Todd Gilliland, and the gap is now just 0.4 of a second as Gibbs is to within 4 car lengths. We look again on Denny Hamlin in the 27th running position. He's on the main straightaway in the slipstream of Austin Cindric. Matt, he is basically half a lap down at this point, 21 seconds off the lead. So actually that's more than half a lap. But caution coming out for the end of stage in 6 laps will allow Hamlin and Christopher Bell and Alex Bowman and all these guys, Ryan Preece, who was top 10 here last year, they'll all be able to come down pit road and then get a shot on a restart to gain track position.
William Byron up to 22nd, just in front of this little group. We know has pitted on both of the cautions so far. So that 24 car looks fairly strong today. See how it plays out. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be. They would have thrown it by now. It doesn't look like there's going to be a caution because we don't expect a massive influx of people to pit lane. It's not like a road course where we'd have people trying to flip the stage. You won't see that today.
No.
You might see it next week at Pocono, perhaps.
Yes,
but you won't see it today at Michigan. Here is Zane Smith. His great start to the day is continuing as he tries to take 6th away from car 5.
Great start to the day. It's been a great run of races for Zane Smith, 26-year-old from Huntington Beach, California, to the left elbow of Kyle Larson. They run side by side, racing into turn 1 for the 6th position. Smith will stuff it into turn 1. He will make this pass. Matt, he started the season with finishes of 6th and 7th at Daytona and Atlanta, and now the last 2 weeks at Charlotte, Nashville, 10th and 9th.
Yeah, really good run at the moment for Smith, who does take the place away from his fellow Californian in Kyle Larson. So Smith up to 6 as we approach the end of the stage. And as the graphic flashed up there from our friends at the World Feed broadcast, has gone well in the last 2 races he's run here in the Cup Series. Lead battle is coming down, 3 to go. Gibbs sitting in behind Reddick to the tune of about half a second. And Chase Elliott might have a chance of nicking 3rd place away from Carson Hocevar before the end of this stage, which has got 2 and a bit laps to run.
Couple of vehicles right in front of the leaders here as they come through turns 3 and 4 on the tail end of the lead lap. One of those is J.J. Yaley, and I believe the other is actually Ross Chastain, who is way off the pace. Those two will try their best to stay on the lead lap before this stage caution comes out over the next 4 miles. In turn 1, Reddick peels to the inside of Yaley and makes the pass on the 44.
It is Chastain, and Reddick has got past JJ, so Gillen dropped 2 laps down with that flat tyre in recovery, so he wouldn't have got back on the lead lap anyway with the lucky dog at the end of the stage. And under caution, here comes Gibbs to get around Yaley as well. Don't think he's going to have enough power in that car to make a run here on the final lap for the stage win.
But will Ross Chastain stay on the lead lap? That one car is clearly off the pace as he has fallen basically a full lap down to the leaders. Last lap of the stage win and stage points on the line, and Ty Gibbs gets ever closer to the back bumper of Tyler Reddick off turn 2.
Forget what I said last time. They are together as they come out of 2. Reddick will have some slipstream help here from the Chastain car, but Gibbs will have a double helping of slipstream as they head to 3.
Oh.
Gibbs has a lunge. Reddick goes down to the white line to cover him off, and that looks like all she wrote for a battle for the stage.
Well, that's exactly what you got to do. Gibbs went to the bottom, so Reddick went down there to shut off the air to the nose of the Toyota behind him, and as they streak to the green and white checkered flag, close on for these streakers, Tyler Reddick wins stage 1 here at Michigan, with Ty Gibbs 2nd, Carson Hocevar 3rd, followed by Chase Elliott, Darrell Wallace Jr., Smith, Larson, Buscher, Herbst, and Suarez, the rest of the points-paying positions, as we are now under caution for the 3rd time in the Michigan 400. 2 yellows in the first 10 laps for Connor Zilic accidents, and then lean and green the rest of the way for what will be by far, Matt, our shortest stage of the day as we flash back up on your screen. 45-lap first stage, Matt. But the second and third stages, 75 and 80, they will take on a much different complexion than that first stage did.
Yeah, we'll absolutely have pit stops during both of the stages to come for the rest of the afternoon during it, whether that be under yellow or green. But we've got through the first one without too much in the way of drama, unless you are a fan of Car 88, of course. Or 34, for that matter, with Todd Gillen's flat tyre.
J.J. Yaley does receive the free pass when he takes it. 35 of the 36 cars on the racetrack and still in the race will be on the lead lap. Caution for the end of stage 1. We'll have pit stop coverage for you shortly. Before that, we go to Matt on this day in racing history and birthdays on this June 7th. And I'm going to put myself on camera here. And I promise you this will be the only time I do it, but we do know what today is, and I've been waiting for this segment to do this. Today is 6/7.
I hadn't even thought about that until that, but Marc Marquez did celebrate his win by crossing the line doing that at Bauton Park in Hungary today, because it is 6/7. So on 6/7, not a huge amount of birthdays to tell you about. Although it is Rodney Childers' birthday today.
Rodney, who's been having a heck of a time as the crew chief of the All-Star car at JRM on Saturdays, and winning a lot with that car, as you might imagine, with Kyle Larson and Connor Zilic and Shane Van Gisbergen.
It would also have been Tim Richmond's birthday today as well. Yeah, less said about Cup Series champions that are no longer with us, the better over the last couple of weeks. So let's get into the list of races that have happened on this day, June the 7th. Last year, we were here at Michigan International for Craftsman Truck Series race won by Stuart Friesen. which went down very well with the crowd here. I seem to remember in 2020, just after the pandemic, of course, where we're getting ourselves back going again at this point of the season. The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. What a surprise! It was won by Kevin Harvick. The year before, in 2019,
it's so funny that Kevin Harvick had such a tale of two different careers, Matt, because at the start of his career, like from 2001 to, let's say, 5, 6, 7, he didn't win a lot. And then there were a lot of places where he didn't even show up at. But goodness, once he went to Stewart-Haas, basically just the second half of his career got him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, apart from the Daytona 500 win.
Yeah, and of course the Atlanta win.
RC. Yeah. And that famous truck race at Martinsville when they all fell out. Yeah, not much to say about Harvick's RCR dealings. More races on this day, 2019 at Texas for the Truck Series. The SpeedyCash.com 400 won by Greg Biffle.
Oh.
Lewis Hamilton won the 2015 Canadian Grand Prix on this day, and it was up against a Pocono Cup Series race, the Exalta We Paint Winners 400, and the winner of that day was Martin Truex Jr. Year prior at Texas Motor Speedway, his pit stops are incoming. Ed Carpenter won the Firestone 600K for the Verizon IndyCar Series. That was at Texas in 2014. 2013, Jeb Burton won a Truck Series race at Texas, the WinStar World Casino 400. Tony Stewart on this day in 2009 won a cup race at Pocono, which we will be at next Sunday, right here on the network. Also on that same day, Jenson Button on his way to the World Championship won the 2009 ING Turkish Grand Prix. In 2008, up at Watkins Glen, it was the Salem 6 Hours, Memo Rojas and Hi to My Family at Home, Scott Pruitt were the winners for Chip Ganassi Racing.
That's a joke that's been on for a long time, just on our old platform.
Yeah.
For those that haven't
Indeed,
heard.
And a very successful day for CGR, because on the same day, Scott Dixon won the Bombardier Learjet 550 at Texas in IndyCar Series for Chip. So a very good day indeed for CGR. Also on that day in 2008, the Federated Auto Parts 300, presented by Dollar General at Nashville in the Nationwide Series, was won by Brad Keselowski. Al Unser Jr.'s final IndyCar, Champ Car, whatever you want to call it, win came on this day in 2003. That was the Bombardier 500 at Texas. In the what was then the, it says here IndyCar Series, but that's IRL.
Yeah, that would be IRL in 03 at Texas. I do enjoy how you've read off 3 IndyCar races at Texas, and one was a 600, one was a 550, and one was a 500.
Yeah, indeed. The ever-changing Texas Motor Speedway, as we know, throughout the years. Other notable winners on this day, Alex Zanardi won at Belle Isle in the Kart Championship of 98. And on that same day, not so far away from Detroit, at Montreal, Michael Schumacher was winning the Canadian Grand Prix, the Players Grand Prix of Canada. That's where the players play. The 1998 Le Mans 24 Hours also was on that weekend, and it was won by Audi, Alan McNish, Porsche, not Audi, Alan McNish, Stefan Ortelli, and Laurent Aiello, the winners. Arie Luyendyk won at Texas in the IRL in 97. Ernie Irvan at Sonoma in 92 in the Save Mark 300K. 92 also that same day, Bobby Rahal won at Belle Isle.
That would have been the first ever IndyCar race at Belle Isle.
Yes, indeed so. After they switched from where they have gone back to now, relatively speaking. We love IROC on this network, and Al Unser Jr. again was on this list in 1986, the second race of the season at Mid-Ohio. A win for Little Al there. Other quickly, as we get towards going back to green, Benny Parsons in 81 won the Texas Budweiser NASCAR 400 in the Cup Series. Cale Yarbrough, a Grand National win at Michigan in 1970. Pedro Rodriguez won at Spa, the Belgian Grand Prix of 1970. And, as we lost him this week, Ned Jarrett won on this day in the Dixie 400 Grand National race at Atlanta.
Yes, our condolences to the Jarrett family, one of the great families of this sport. And Gentleman Ned left us earlier this week. What an incredible career driving and broadcasting. Real quick, before we go back green, let's hear from Daniel Trotta, Corey LaJoy, and Martin Truex Jr.
Back in traffic complaining about a loose car. We get the 19 on the other side of the spectrum complaining about a tight car. I'm a little confused on where they hit their balance. It seems like collectively they're struggling a little bit, Martin.
In the Ford camp, Martin, Zane Smith has really impressed you, coming home 6th in stage 1.
Yeah, we got to show him some love. I mean, like three great weekends in a row. He's doing an awesome job. You know, a smaller team, really overachieving. And I know we gave a lot of grief to the Fords earlier. You know, Chris Buescher's making his way up there. He knows how to get around this place too.
Top 10s for Zane Smith the last 2 races at Charlotte and Nashville AA. Don't look now, he's only 34 points outside of the bubble.
No doubt.
Yeah, well, to answer to Martin Truex Jr., we do show Zane Smith a lot of love on this channel. We have for a while, even before this actual channel came to be. We do love Zane Smith around here, Matt, and he has been putting on some really good performances the last couple of weeks. 1 to go, given by the starter at the flag stand. Chris Buescher on pit road just to top off on fuel, and we're ready to go back green.
We certainly are, and saying if he continues to carry on doing the things he's doing on the racetrack, then he will certainly get a thumbs up from this commentary box, because he's having, as we've documented there in stage 1, a terrific first half of the season. So then, it is going to be a bit of a mix-up here on the front end of things as we go back to green. Ty Gibbs and Darrell Wallace Jr. will be the front row on this restart, ahead of Hocevar and Smith. Reddick and Elliott on the third row, Mr. Matthew Owens.
Chevrolet Corvette pace car to pit road. Field comes into the restart zone. The green flag flies ahead of them, and we are back underway as Carson Hocevar gives a nice shove to the back door of the Ty Gibbs automobile. Gibbs gets the edge, tried to cut down into turn 1 ahead of Darrell Wallace Jr., couldn't do it. Wallace forces his way inside of Gibbs and around him. Darrell Wallace Jr. takes the lead.
Gibbs trying to go the old up and under, though, on the exit, but didn't quite have the crossover speed. He might try it now on the slipstream down the back straightaway. Reddick bobbing and weaving around behind Smith for 5th, and Gibbs leaves the door open to an advancing Carson Hocevar, who shoves it in to go 2nd. That'll appease the hometown crowd.
Hocevar with a big lunge takes over 2nd. Meanwhile, at the line, Darrell Wallace Jr. at the front of the field goes way down to driver's left to break the draft. He has the lead secured. Hocevar is 2nd. Gibbs is 3rd. 4th in line, Zane Smith, but to his inside now, a Chevrolet and Chase Elliott.
Trying to unlock the door here is Chase. Didn't quite do it. Has to slide in behind in front of Reddick. And now Reddick will take the opportunity to go down the inside of Chase Elliott, heading towards turn number 3. Zane Smith covers the corner from Reddick to make the double move non-existent. Elliott, though, holding on around the outside.
Yeah, Elliott kept it loaded up around the top. He'll hold on to that 5th position on Reddick, the Stage 1 winner, who didn't have the greatest pit stop, put him back in some traffic. He's in line 6th. 3 wide further back, Ty Dillon between cars. To his inside, Joey Logano. To his outside, Eric Jones. And an onrushing Austin Dillon comes to the inside of his brother.
Yeah, trying to help him out here. It's a Dillon sandwich for Joey Logano, and they will split him. He'll go backwards. 5 cars under a very small blanket behind. Chase Briscoe's in the middle of this. AJ Allmendinger diving to the inside of, I think that's Brad Keselowski. It is. Those two getting very close quarters racing off of 4.
And then Christopher Bell on rushing to this group as he's in the slipstream of Briscoe and Keselowski. He'll drop kick Allmendinger a position. You got William Byron and Ryan Blaney in this battle. You know who's not in this battle middle of the pack, Matt, is Denny Hamlin. They had a circus of a pit stop under the caution, and he's still outside the top 30 in the 11 car.
Getting it there. Poor pit stop out of the way early, perhaps today for Denny's 32nd, as you say, way down at the back end of the field. Here's his teammate Christopher Bell trying to make a move on Brad Kay and his teammate Chase Briscoe. They'll be very, very close together coming out of 4.
You get such a head of steam down these long straightaways, you feel like you're king of the world. But then, if you're Bell, you get stuck outside the drafting line. Keselowski repasses him, then Daniel Suarez passes him, and now Bell might be losing another spot as Allmendinger races to his inside in 1.
Yeah, it's not often that we see that kind of thing in the Cup Series, especially here at the big track. A little bit further forward, John Hunter Nemechek up inside the top 10, although he's about to lose 8th place to the second of the Monster Energy cars. Riley Herbst nicking through there to take the spot coming out of 4th.
Yeah, we talk about the power that Toyota has had all season long, and at times that has yielded good results for the Legacy Motor Club cars, or maybe even Riley Herbst, and here they are all running in the top 10. Herbst 8th, Nemechek 9th, Jones 10th.
You know, the sort of tail-ending, that's not the word I really should use, but the tail-ending Toyota cars all contending here inside the top 10 in the early portion of this race, early-ish portion. We're just over a quarter of the way through as we ride on board with Eric Jones in 4th position as he comes out of turn number 4, looking at the back of his teammate.
Red, white, and blue Dollar Tree livery for Eric Jones rather than the normal green and white colors. Dollar Tree just recently signing a deal with the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. They'll be the presenting title sponsor of the race there later this year. At the front, Matt, a battle for the race lead.
Hocevar had his nose in front in the middle of 1 and 2. Wallace will use the power down the back straightaway, but Hocevar more top speed, it seemed, going towards turn 3, or Wallace got out of the throttle and let him have it, one or the other. But Carson Hocevar back out front at Michigan, and the crowd love it.
Hocevar to the front, sellout crowd on their feet. Wallace charges back. Look at the crowd jump up to their feet. You'd think Chase Elliott just took the lead in Atlanta by that crowd reaction. Hocevar to the lead, Wallace in line second, and the top 5 are all together within a second of each other.
Yeah, close racing at the front end of the field here. Hocevar trying to get a bit of distance in front of Bubba, but hasn't managed to do so far. Gibbs, though, about to come under pressure from Smith and Elliott. Could have a 3-car battle here for 3rd.
Well, we talk about it every year, how a Michigan-born driver has not won a Cup race at this track. We highlighted 2 of them in Ones to Watch. The other Michigan-born driver that we didn't highlight in Ones to Watch is currently running in 10th position right now with Eric Jones. Chase Elliott takes a run at Zane Smith for the 4th position. Elliott throws that car to the bottom of the racetrack, slides up in the center of the corner. Elliott's up to 4th.
Positional change there. Kyle Larson just tagging onto the back of those 2 as well in the 5, trying to keep going, the momentum going with his teammate. Here is Gibbs looking at the inside of the 23 car of Wallace, but not making a pass.
How impressive is this, Matt, for Carson Hocevar, who, as you mentioned in Ones to Watch, he ran so well here last year, ran up front for most of the race, led a bunch of laps, was in the mix to win, then had a flat tire with under about 25 or 30 laps to go, and that dropped him back, but he was certainly better than what the finishing position was. He's come back here this year. This is a track where it's all about muscle and it's all about horsepower, just what you want from a racetrack in Michigan, right? And here he is in a Chevrolet, not a Toyota, and with Spire Motorsports, not Hendrick, starting up front and leading laps and leading them on merit here at MIS for a 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great year Spire Motorsports are having. 2 wins under their belt already, from 2 different drivers, and here they are leading again here with Hocevar. But yeah, it's really good to see Chevrolet at least in the mix early at this portion of time, with Elliott and Larson also in the top 6. Here's Ty Gibbs, though, trying to make the 2nd position change down the inside of Wallace as they head towards turn number 3. And we won't get to see the finale of that pass as I pad here to see how long this replay of fans waving their hats is going to last.
That is the slowest motion replay of fans ever in the history of time. He has completed that pass, Ty Gibbs, up to 2nd.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and now here they are coming out of turn number 2. So didn't get a chance to slide in the line. 2 of our 4 Ones to Watch in 1st and 2nd. People say we don't know what we're talking about. That's now changed, of course, with Wallace going back to 3rd. Here's Denny Hamlin, continuing after that bad pit stop, as you talked about. He's just picked up a spot on AJ Allmendinger.
Yeah, Hamlin,
no, he hasn't. That's not AJ at all, is it? It's Ryan Preece.
Ryan Preece, yeah, there you go. Hamlin up into the 26th position, and he has been languishing outside the top 25 all day long after having to drop to the rear for the start due to the unapproved adjustment after qualifying yesterday. Car on the move, Matt, is Chase Elliott. Off turn 2, he angles to the inside of Darrell Wallace Jr. for third.
Yeah, and they'll be side by side heading towards 3, the 9 and the 23. And Elliott on the inside will take the spot. We slide up into the middle lane to take the air away from the 23 car. He does so, and Elliott is through.
Meanwhile, at the front, it's getting tight between the leaders, Ty Gibbs and the slipstream of Carson Hocevar. It is tire tracks on the way to turn 1. Gibbs will dive it down to the bottom of turn 1. Ty Gibbs authoritatively taking the lead back from Carson Hocevar.
Thought Carson was going to try the old up and under trick there on the exit, but Gibbs had it scouted. And another lead change. 54 car into the lead. Oh, and there's a caution. It's a flat left rear tyre for the 6 car of Brad Keselowski in turn 2. I don't believe he's hit anything, but he went very slowly up towards the wall, and the caution is out.
Brad Keselowski has always wanted to win a race here. It is always on his checklist of items before every season. He wants to win the Daytona 500. He wants to win on a road course, but maybe even more than any of those other things, Matt, he wants to win at Michigan. He has won here in the past in what was then a nationwide race, a great battle late with Kyle Busch and Brian Vickers. But Keselowski in his 29th try at his home racetrack in the Cup Series has had a flat left rear tire. Slow his efforts today, and slow is the operative word, Matt. He's got to go around very slowly to not damage the left rear sheet metal on that car, but he's got to go fast enough to get to pit road so they can change the tire and not lose a lap.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to lose the lap. Let's see on the onboard. Oh, it was right at the start-finish line that it went bang, so plenty of time to think about it and get out of the way. And for the cars behind to see what was going on. Austin Dillon was the first on the scene there. And good bit of driving out of a very experienced man for Brad to stay up. Just park it up against the wall, wait for NASCAR to call the yellow, and then make the route back to pit lane.
Gets to pit road, and they'll go ahead and change the right sides. Might struggle to get that left side jacked up. Oh, no, well done. They got it jacked up on one pump. Wow. Extremely well done there with a flat left rear tire to get that thing jacked up on just one pump of the jack. So job well done, Dustin Lineback on the jack of the 6 car. And let's see if they can get him away without losing a lap. The answer to that will be no as the leaders come by.
Had a good look in the wheel well there. He was in the second or third pit stop base from the end of pit lane, so he might be okay, but it does look like he will just lose out. A couple of guys in there making sure that there wasn't anything damaged from the flailing rubber. So 2 flat tyres on the day inside the first quarter and change of the race, and both of them left rears, both of them on Fords.
And the one that it happened earlier to, Zane Smith, or Todd Gilliland, I beg your pardon, will get the free pass under this caution. The question will be, will that get Gilliland back on the lead lap? Did he take the wave around on the previous caution to go from 2 down to 1 down? Keselowski tried to floor it to get back ahead of the field. NASCAR's told him, no, you can't do that. So he stops on the backstretch and lets the field go by. The answer to that question on Todd Gilliland is yes. That's a great break for Todd then, Matt. He did take the wave around on the last caution to go from 2 down to 1 down. Now he gets the free pass here, so Gilliland will be back on the lead lap.
Yeah, fairly speedy recovery then for those guys from 2 laps down to get back on the lead lap. So they will just kind of save their afternoon at this moment in time. Plenty to play out though, with over half of the race distance still to go. So that will make us this will be the caution to get us home in terms of fuel in the stage. So everybody's going to come here.
Well, it's going to be close. It's right on the edge on to get us to the end of the stage on fuel. Let's go to pit road.
Saying the car's respectable, better than the first run where the front was just a little bit lazy. Marty.
Kim with 54 to go in the stage. To Steve's point, too close to not pit. Ty Gibbs had just taken the lead. Going to be right side tires and fuel to get to the end of the stage for the 54, Trevor.
Carson Hocevar's
Look
team
out!
with Luke Lambert were aware that a lot of people might take 2 here, but Carson and Luke conferred, decided that 4 tires for this long run coming up would be best.
Ty Gibbs, who was the leader coming to pit road, just got squeezed coming out of his box. He had Ryan Preece to his right coming into his box, and then when Preece turned right to try to avoid Gibbs, Ross Chastain was to his right. And Gibbs definitely took contact, and quite a bit of it there, Matt. Contact right front to Gibbs to the left side of Preece.
Both of those guys, Preece and Chastain, both missed their boxes because of that. So they will have to come around again. But that's the problem. One of the problems when we've got so many cars still on the lead lap and the leaders are only taking 2.
Right.
They're not stationary for a long enough time for the rest of the field to bypass them in the fast lane. And with it only being a short snatch of fuel and a couple of tyres, they're out of there very, very quickly indeed. And those things happen on what is not the widest of pit roads here.
And not the track with these high speeds where you want any kind of damage, especially to one of those fenders right or left front. Looked like quite the knock from the 54 to the 60, and we'll see if they bring Gibbs back down pit road. As you mentioned, Preece will certainly come back down because he never made it to his box. It's been a tough go for Ryan Preece here early. As I mentioned earlier, all 3 of the RFK cars finished top 10 in this race last year. And, well, RFK car brought out this caution, and during it, another one has been hit on pit road.
And of course, Chastain getting around all of that because that's the luck that Ross has had, as we documented at the top of the show.
Yeah, you didn't even see Ross Chastain in our championship standings because we only give you the top 20, and he's not in it. Well, we mentioned earlier, Matt, that it is another sellout crowd, 3rd straight week of a sellout. Charlotte was a sellout for the 600, as Nashville was. Pocono will almost assuredly be a sellout next week. So, unofficially, we'll say we're heading towards 4 straight sellouts. All of this talk, and you go on social media and you all of the negative talk about TV ratings and all of that. Well, TV ratings are what they are, and I have my own thoughts about TV ratings these days with sports and the way they're gathered in. But, it's all doom and gloom on social media, but my goodness, you look at the racetrack and there's not a seat to be had. And look at the infield. Look at that infield, Matt. I'm not sure you could shoehorn another camper in here with a can of Crisco and a running start.
Yeah, if I was planning on staying the night tonight and took my pop tent down there, I'd struggle to find somewhere to pop it, to be honest. It is jam-packed. The car parks are rammed as well on the outside of turn 1, especially a big car park down there. So great to see this race again. We've said this before on the network, this network and previous networks, and in our own personal chats. Some of these racetracks going down to one date has been an absolute lifesaver. Pocono next week is one of them. Richmond. It's just been, why didn't we do this before?
Yes. And
hello.
And oh, there he is. There's JT. He is here. That means
I am alive.
JT is back, folks.
JT is back, folks. And that means...
And I am back with interesting news.
Oh.
Okay.
Illumatech Racing number 11 has been excluded from 3 of the 4 races of the NASCAR GP UK for refusal of inspections.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
I also met Nelson Piquet Jr. yesterday.
Oh,
awesome.
hello.
Cool stuff. I know. Hello.
Hello. Thank you, JT. Great to have you with us, and great to have pictures from JT as our commentary will now further match what you see on your screen. Hendrick cars now on the front row for this restart, which we get now. Green flag in the air and a jumbled up running order with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson on the front row, 2 by 2 as they make their way down this 2,000-foot-long front straightaway. And by the time they get to the corner, Matt, everyone flares out left, right, and center, 3, 4, maybe 5 wide in the back of the pack.
Yeah, definitely a 5 wide there. at the back end of the field. I think it was SVG up around the high side. Anyway, at the front, it's Kyle Larson leading from Chase Elliott. Wallace third, bit of a gap back to Tyler Reddick. Then both the monster cars side by side, Riley Herbst, Ty Gibbs. Keeping an eye on Ty Gibbs to see how that 54 goes after that hit on pit lane.
Yeah, they did not bring the car back down pit road, so Gibbs still up towards the front, although not leading as he was at the last caution. Kyle Larson led at the line. He will not lead on the way back to turn one. His teammate Chase Elliott breaks out of the drafting pocket and makes the pass to his inside.
And he now does go to the lead, as you say, and will have enough of a gap in front of him to be in the lead at turn three without Larson bothering him from behind. Here comes Joey Logano, first sighting of him at the front end of the field all day, trying to battle his way between the two monsters of Herbst and Gibbs.
Three-time Michigan winner Joey Logano gets caught up in the wake of those two Toyotas coming out of turn four, had to bail out of the throttle, and now all of a sudden two more Toyotas race to his inside and get past. The first one was John Hunter Nemechek, the other was Christopher Bell. Now he's got even more trouble to his inside, Matt. AJ Allmendinger is there, so too is Austin Dillon.
Yeah, and Carson Hocevar behind these guys. He took 4 tyres in that pit stop, so he's lost a lot of track position. Might come back to him in a little bit, and he gives Joey Logano the old heave-ho. Down the back straight away. I'll help you out, Joey. No one else seems to want to. I'll give you a push. No problem at all.
Oh, and now he throws it to the bottom of the racetrack, Hocevar. Oh, those 4 fresh tires are working a treat for him. He makes the pass on Logano look extremely simple. So Hocevar in one lap jumps up from 11th to 9th. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin took 2 tires on pit road, Matt, to gain track position. This is the highest up we've seen the 11 car all day. He takes P11 from AJ Allmendinger. Daniel Suarez tries to follow him through.
Yep. So Hamlin now sort of back in where we expected him to be. At the front of the field. Whoa, AJ crowding Suarez down on the back straightaway. There was definite contact at 180 miles an hour between those two cars. They keep it pointing in the right direction, and much like the colours of their car, we stay green.
Austin Dillon with a double slipstream, charging up to the back of the Suarez and Allmendinger Chevrolets. Ryan Blaney and Zane Smith jump into this battle. Blaney, in fact, will break out of the pocket to drivers left on Austin Dillon. He'll zoom past him. He'll even go after Daniel Suarez. This just outside the top dozen.
Zane Smith just in behind there. He took 4 tyres as well after running so well in this first portion of the race. So I have to see how the 38 travels in this run here. Back in traffic as he is, as this now begins to settle down somewhat. And as I say that, Zane Smith tries to round up Ryan Blaney on the outside.
At the front, it's Chase Elliott. In the middle of the pack, it's anyone's guess what's happening. Here is Eric Jones to the inside of Zane Smith. Further up, Daniel Suarez going to take another attempt at A.J. Allmendinger. To the inside goes the World 600 winner, and this time Suarez is through.
Yeah, we'll clear him, and we'll clear him well. And Allmendinger is now going to fall into the clutches of Austin Dillon. And again, A.J. trying to squeeze Dillon down, but that was a bit of a late move that time. And Dillon will be through for the moment. They'll be side by side through 3. And Dillon will clear AJ off of 4.
AJ not minding sharpening up the elbows down that back straightaway off this restart, but Dillon does get through. So that will push Suarez up into 12th. Dillon 13th. Allmendinger backslides to 14th. Allmendinger had a great run going at Nashville last week. Broken brake rotor spoiled that. Behind him, Jones and Blaney. They battle for position 15.
Blaney gets through on Jones, or should I say keeps the position on Eric for the moment. Zane Smith behind these guys as well, and he will now dive to the inside of the 43, heading towards turn number 3. Will Zane Smith in the Aaron's blue and white Dream Machine to try and make a pass. Meanwhile, further forward, Wallace and Reddick, the teammates.
Yep, Reddick around Wallace, or holds on to third, rather, with Wallace trying to attack him, and those two trying to move up on the Hendrick cars, and they're doing so. Here goes Reddick to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Matt closes right in on Larson.
Yeah, he'll be right to the bumper of the 5, carrying down the back straightaway. And spinning in the background, and it's AJ Allmendinger.
Well, he's had quite the experience down the back straightaway since this restart.
Comes to rest without hitting anything. Both right side tyres flat on the Grizzly 16. Now, whether he spun on his own or after the fractious couple of laps that he's had, he was helped, we will find out shortly. Here we go.
Running right in front of Eric Jones and Ryan Blaney, behind Daniel Suarez and Austin Dillon. Hit play in the truck there, guys. There you go. And AJ just lost it.
Just lost it, yeah. A bit like Zilic, but much lower down the racetrack than before, and manages to arrest the speed of the spinning colleague car before it got anywhere near the safer barrier, thankfully.
Now, I am coming back to the comment that I made during the last caution, and I do have to stop myself sometimes and make sure that a turn of phrase is understood by folks like you, JT and JB. Is a can of Crisco a thing over there?
No, what is Crisco?
Oh, so okay. as AJ Allmendinger is going to fall a lap down here, as he limps to pit road with those 2 flat tires. So I said, you can't shove another camper in here, even if you had a can of Crisco and a running start. A can of Crisco is like vegetable spray that you put on your pan to keep things from sticking.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, and it's, slippery and all of that. Yeah, so that's there you go. I did think of that after I said it. I was like, I might need to clarify. Free pass to Brad Keselowski back on the lead lap. So Brad back in the mix here to try to get a good finish here at his home racetrack from Rochester Hills, Michigan. You've got 3 drivers from Michigan in the race today. Brad from Rochester Hills, Carson from Portage, and Eric Jones from Byron, Michigan. And Keselowski needs a good run, Matt, to keep up to pace in the race for the chase. Keep up to pace for the race for the chase. 13th in the championship standings coming in. We only take, of course, the top 16.
You're a poet and you did not know it.
As it stands right now in the live standings, Zane Smith would move up a spot from 20th to 19th. And in the live standings, Austin Cindric holds that final spot inside the chase map by just 2 points on teammate Joey Logano. Ryan Preece would backslide from 16th to 18th.
Yeah, it's been a...
And Tyler Reddick would lead by 121.
No, yeah, well, that's what it is. It's been not a great few weeks, has it, for Preece, who had a great spring up until Texas when he was involved in that curious incident / penalty give.
Yes.
For the Ty Gibbs thing.
It's a terrible penalty. Just a terrible
Absolutely.
penalty, and I cannot believe that it was appealed and it stood up. I absolutely stunned by that. Yeah, I would, and it was not a unanimous decision on the appeal. And I think if I have the rule correct, if my understanding of it is correct, it does have to be a unanimous decision. The appeal is not heard by NASCAR. It's heard by 3 individuals that are neutral. As we have about 8 cars that were running at the back come to pit road. Shane Van Gisbergen, Josh Berry, Austin Hill, Ryan Preece, Chris Buescher, and Chase Briscoe among the cars on pit road, along with J.J. Yaley and the Fanatics livery today. Yeah, I was surprised that got upheld. And that's, 25-point penalty is a lot for an incident where I still look at the onboard, and I'm not even sure if there was any contact made. And if there was contact made, Matt, it was hardly egregious.
No. But words bigger than actions in this case.
Yes, apparently.
Seemingly. Connor Zilic will be credited with a 37th place finish after that double accident that he had inside the first 10 or 11 laps today, marking the second time in the last 25 races that the NASCAR Cup Series will have a driver finish last in 3 straight races.
Oh.
The last time, of course, was round 1 of last year's playoffs.
Yes,
when Josh Berry's world tumbled around for 3 weeks at Darlington, Gateway, and Bristol.
And then, after finishing last in 3 straight weeks and getting eliminated from the playoffs, comes back the next week when he's already eliminated and nearly wins New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yeah, indeed so.
By the way, the news that I did mention earlier, New Hampshire will have a new presenting title sponsor of that race. It will be the Dollar Tree 301 for the New Hampshire race later this year up in Loudon on August 23rd. That'll be going on the same day as the America 250, Freedom 250, whatever it's called, in Washington, D.C. Freedom 250, there we go. As the field just got the 1-to-go signal, and we'll double up again for the restart, which will come at the end of lap 37 of 75 in Stage 2. We're just past the 80-lap mark of this 200-lap race, the Michigan 400, 109th NASCAR Cup Series race at MIS, track that opened up in 1969. I can't come to Michigan. I love coming to Michigan, Matt. I love this weekend. I would be the people that say I want to come to Michigan twice a year, but to the point that you were making earlier on the last caution, coming here just once a year it's increased the attendance, it's increased the camping, and you just look forward to coming to Michigan more every year than you did when you came twice a year, and I totally understand that. And like you said, there's tons of tracks that could say that. Pocono, you mentioned, Richmond, it was the same way with Fontana. Everybody hated going to Fontana, then we took it from 2 500-mile races to 1 400-mile race, and everyone loved Fontana. Who would have ever thought we'd be coming to the point of saying, maybe we should just do that to Bristol as well. Maybe we should just do that to Martinsville as well.
No, yeah.
Who would have thought? Anyway.
Could be a bit more of a calendar shuffle again for next year, we're hearing.
Do love coming to Michigan, and love being here once again today. Would love IndyCar to come back, if only. Green flag back up into the air with Hendrick cars again on the front row. Chase Elliott winless in 15 starts. Oh, trouble right at the front of the field. Multiple cars go spinning, including Tyler Reddick. And Denny Hamlin is around in the middle of traffic. Oh, and Reddick gets nailed by Austin Dillon. Tyler Reddick, the championship leader, crashing on the restart. And Austin Dillon crushes into the rear of the Rockstar Energy Toyota. A chain reaction crash on the restart, including the championship leader, Tyler Reddick, who has been so consistent all season long, caught up in a restart melee here at Michigan. Ty Gibbs was also involved. Not sure how much damage he has. John Hunter Nemechek was one of the first cars I saw go around. He's limping back towards pit road. Tyler Reddick is going to try to drive away. One of the first cars I saw go around, Matt, was Nemechek. I wonder if he got into Gibbs. Let's see here. Larson didn't quite get going on the inside of row 1. It all gets stacked up. Oh, and then Hocevar. It's a domino effect with that inside lane not going. And Hocevar gets into the back of John Hunter Nemechek. And that's what gets it all going. Hocevar into the back of Nemechek. Nemechek into the side of Wallace. That turns Wallace down into the right rear of Gibbs. Gibbs goes around. He hooks Reddick. Reddick hits the inside wall hard and then pinballs into the path of Austin Dillon.
Some real hard hits going on in there. And what a shame. Yeah, Larson just in the second phase of the start really didn't get going, and it backed that inside line up, and Hocevar unintentionally giving Nemechek the push just turned him around. What an avoidance from Ryan Blaney, by the way, as Austin Dillon and Tyler Reddick got together, as Reddick comes spearing back off just off the corner of the inside safer barrier down there, because there's tunnel access under the racetrack just before you get to turn 1. And that is for a Michigan crash, that's a big one.
Denny Hamlin zigging and zagging trying to avoid it. Ends up getting turned from the rear, Matt, and I don't know how no one hit him. And that's how Austin Dillon just crams into the rear of Tyler Reddick, because he's trying to miss Hamlin. He turns the wheel to the left and he's right into Reddick. And as you mentioned, how Ryan Blaney gets out of this with nothing is unbelievable. Joey Logano gets a piece of Ty Gibbs. as Logano tried to thread his way around to the outside. Austin Dillon here, Matt, he tries to avoid Hamlin, so he turns left, but Tyler Reddick is right in his path.
Into a rolling roadblock. Not sure Denny was hit by anybody. He might have got a little bit of a click from Daniel Suarez. I was about to call him Luis Suarez then. Well, cup on my mind again. But it might have been just the angle that he ran across the bridge for the apron that turned the 11 around. But you were right. He was miraculously unharmed in that. And if you started on the outside line, you may have been a bit better off. Tyler Reddick somehow, some way, has managed to get that 45 car back to his pit box.
Well, this
7/8 of that NASCAR Cup Series Camry was, by the way, back to his pit box.
Well, this certainly isn't on Carson Hocevar here, Matt. Now, he ran into a lot of cars last week and had people mad at him at Nashville, but this certainly is not on Carson. Just a stack up in front of him. But for Tyler Reddick, Matt, he's been running at the finish of every points-paying race this season. The one DNF he had was in the race that doesn't pay points, the All-Star race at Dover. In fact, his worst finish in a points-paying race this year is 15th. This will likely be his first finish outside the top 15 this year. And hard to believe that it got up to him because it starts 2 rows behind him. We normally see a chain reaction go front to back. This one went back to front.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and Hamlin wasn't hit by Suarez. He lost it in avoidance, trying not to hit anybody going round in front of him. Just saw that from the aerial shot there again. So, yeah, very strange accident that it went forward. Just the way that Nemechek went up against Wallace. Wallace went down to Gibbs, and then Gibbs went back up to Reddick, who got into the side of Larson, but not sufficiently that it affected the trajectory of the 5. I don't believe. It hit him in the door. But the 200 cars running away from the scene of the crime scot-free by the looks of things. If you look to the front on shot, there's a big hit in the rear for Reddick, and then he got hit right in the driver's door by the out-of-control Austin Dillon, sorry.
We mentioned Blaney with amazing avoidance. This is his onboard if you're watching the pictures at home, and oh my lord, that's normally the kind of crashes that he gets collected into. And then right behind him, William Byron got through it as well, Matt, by just going basically to the grass. And then to one of those campers.
Retreat.
he could have waved to Todd and Evelyn in camper 2B down there.
Plot 1A.
9 cars being listed as involved in this accident. They're listing Hocevar as involved. Not sure if I would list him as involved, but they are, and that's bringing the count to 9.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Not really anything you can throw Carson's way there in terms of fault. He was just trying to go on the restart and got into JHN just slightly at the wrong angle at the wrong speed.
And Reddick goes behind the wall. They might get him back out there, Matt, to keep that run of running at the finish of every race this year, but it won't be a top 15, which will be the first time finishing worse than 15th this season for the championship leader. He came into the day with a 97-point lead on Denny Hamlin. And, you know, as we go down the stretch of the regular season, it does feel to me, Matt, as if we'll be focusing more on the lead than we will 16th as we go down the stretch of the regular year, more than we have the last handful of years with the playoffs, because of how much it means to be in the championship lead when that checkered flag falls at Daytona in August, because you get that huge bonus and a 25-point lead you'll have on second and a 100-point lead you'll have on 16th if you're the regular season champion. And Reddick, who's owned that regular season top spot all year long and had it by a big number coming into the day, all it takes is 1 or 2 finishes like this, and that lead will be erased.
Yeah, good day for Denny Hamlin now, it would seem, for him to take a good chunk of points out of Reddick at the top end of the championship, which is kind of what he would need, really, to propel him through the summer. And Reddick, after he obviously picked up those couple of wins at the beginning of the year when we were doing those races through the spring, we wouldn't really talk about him, and suddenly he'd pop up in fourth at the end, and it was like, he's done it again. How does he keep doing these great finishes? But NASCAR are going to have a problem sending that car back out because the driver's door looks like it's met a Sharknado down the left-hand side of the car. It's missing all sorts of bits and pieces, and the foam inside there is all missing. Austin Dillon's car on the hook has the left front wheel almost on the windscreen. It's that high. So, yeah, fairly certain we're not going to see Tyler Reddick again.
Dillon 24th in the championship coming in. It's been a good run of races for RCR on the racetrack. We know certainly what that organization has dealt with the last couple of weeks. Yesterday, Richard Childress spoke with the media here. It was already a pre-planned media availability session with Richard for the Saturday here at Michigan, and he unveiled to us yesterday, Matt, that it was originally scheduled for yesterday for the announcement to be made that Kyle Busch was going to return to RCR for next season, and he added that he had spoken to Kyle just Tuesday, the week of his passing, that Kyle had said, give me cars that drive the way you've given me the last 3 weeks. I'm going to make the chase. And RCR had started to turn things around. Austin Dillon today, though, will not get a good finish. Of course, it's Austin Hill piloting the number 33, which, of course, the car that was renumbered from 8.
And he's going to be in that car for the rest of the season for the 33 car was announced as well this weekend. So we're going to be seeing a lot more Austin Hill at the Cup level. And not the way you would want, I'm sure, but a bit of an audition perhaps for that seat on a full-time basis next year.
Reddick's car just absolutely destroyed, just as Dillon's was. Of course, those two colliding into each other. You got two NASCAR officials down there scanning over the damage. Massive accident.
Reddick getting out of his car as well. In the garage, a little bit of smoke going on in there. He may have had a bit of that. Yeah, I'd say Tyler has a bit of smoke in the old throat there as he was sat in the car. So maybe a little bit of secondary incident going on there in that car as it sat in the garage. We're getting ready to go back to green, I believe, on this lap.
Yep. By the way, I see more subscribers coming in during the race. We're now at 969. We're on the hunt for 1,000, perhaps, before we even get to the World Cup. So, yep, tell your friends. Hit the subscribe button. Tomorrow night, Game 3 of the NBA Finals with the Knicks leading the Spurs 2-0. 8:30 tomorrow night. Tuesday night, Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final after the wild game last night. That hockey game last night, Matt. Vegas led 4-0 behind a Mitch Marner natural hat trick. Carolina scored 4 unanswered goals in the third period to force overtime. Vegas wins in double overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 will be on the channel Tuesday night. World Cup begins Thursday, the world's biggest sporting events on this channel. Be sure to hit the subscribe button as we head towards the summer. Heading towards a restart here in Michigan, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson again lock out the front row with Hendrick Chevrolets. They take the green with 2 Toyotas behind. Riley Herbst pushing Larson, Wallace pushing Elliott, and Larson will thrust his blue and white Chevrolet Camaro to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll take the lead away from Chase Elliott. 2 and 3 wide further back, and one car up into the wall. It's Brad Keselowski, who's crashed again. His first incident was a flat tire. This time, Keselowski has been harpooned out of the pack. He's up into the wall, and the caution comes out again, and it will be a 29th consecutive attempt at his home racetrack without a win for Brad. It's heavy damage to the right front of the green and orange Solomon Plumbing Ford Mustang.
Yeah, not a great day for one of the hometown guys. Let's find out what happened here to Brad. Going into turn number 1, trying to get underneath JJ Yaley, and may have been hit from behind. And if he did, it was perhaps the 16 of AJ Allmendinger.
I think it might actually be John Hunter Nemechek.
Yes, good spot. It was JHN. I'll take that back. Sorry, AJ. And
we won't tell Jordan.
Keselowski slews up the racetrack and into the wall.
We won't tell Jordan that you tried to place blame there on AJ.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry.
Wow, that's heavy impact there, and Keselowski will go to the garage now, and this is becoming a race of heavy attrition all of a sudden. Just shy of the halfway point still. Oh, goodness. Brad Keselowski to the garage, and we were talking about making the chase. 13th in the standings coming in was Brad. Here he'll be behind the wall with guys like Chase Briscoe and Darrell Wallace Jr. and Joey Logano, who are up towards the front. Logano being scored 5th at the timing of this caution.
Just going to step away for 2 seconds.
Austin Dillon checked and released from the Henry Ford Health Infield Care Center, as Austin being listed as out of the race. 36th place finish coming up for Austin Dillon. Not the day that he was looking to have. Here he is.
Super unfortunate, and I've seen one replay, but what I saw, it looked like the 77 got in the 42 and turned him across the of us today. And man, I hope at some point he figures it out. But I mean, I know I'm not going to show anything to him for a long time. It's just I'm mad because we had a fast race car. That truly what sucks. We almost got through it, and I saw the 11 coming down. I kind of gassed up to get by the 11, and the 45 was there. So it's unfortunate.
Well, I don't know about that. As we mentioned, not really anything Carson could have done right there. Just all stacked up in front of him when Larson didn't get going, as the lead car on the inside line couldn't get going, and it just all stacked up. I think we're just in this spot with Carson Hocevar like we were with Ross Chastain a couple of years ago. If anything happens and Carson is anywhere in the vicinity of it, he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt from drivers on the track. Austin obviously unloading frustration right there, but just don't think you can put any blame on the driver of the 77 for that. So under caution, again, here at the Michigan International Speedway, just shy of the halfway point of the Michigan 400. They will come to the line here under caution and get the one-to-go signal with 108 laps still to run in the Michigan 400. And Hendrick cars at the front with Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. They have been the front row cars for the last handful of restarts and will be again this time, but it will be Larson who will be the control car this time rather than Elliott. We talked about Larson's success here at Michigan in the past. 3 consecutive Michigan wins for Larson from August 2016 to August 2017. Those were all with Chip Ganassi Racing running that Target number 42 car. Has not won here with Hendrick Motorsports, although he has been top 10 in 4 of the 5 races he has run here with Hendrick.
Yeah, there was a time when you would come here when he was at Ganassi, and you would make him the favourite.
Yeah.
Larson. So it's not gone well in this second phase, let's say, of his NASCAR career at this racetrack anyway.
It is interesting, though, that it's now he and Elliott running 1-2 with Larson first and Elliott second on this restart map, because those two wins, the first two wins that Larson had here at Michigan, Chase Elliott finished second to him in both of them. so here they are.
Yeah, I remember the first
1-2 again.
Remember the first one very well.
That was Larson's first career win in the Cup Series, that one in 2016. Did not lead in this race last year, Larson, but did finish fifth. Has finished fifth, in fact, in two of the last three Michigan races. Crowd once again, sellout crowd, up to their feet as the field comes towards yet another restart. Larson, the control car, outside of row one. To his inside is Elliott. Green flag up in the air, and we're back to racing at MIS. Chevrolet's on the front row. Toyota's on the second row. Into the corner they come, and Darrell Wallace Jr. will fade to the outside. To the outside of Kyle Larson he goes as Chase Elliott's got the lead off the corner.
And Wallace clears Larson for second, so changes a foot at the front of the field, side by side for fourth. It's Logano and Herbst, and here comes Carson Hocevar trying to make things work. He does now go to fourth position, overtaking both of those guys.
Hocevar with a big move down the back straightaway, jumps up to fourth as he passes both Suarez and Herbst. Now those two will run side by side down the front stretch. That'll give Joey Logano a double slipstream down the straightaway. Instead of breaking out of the pocket, he'll just shove Herbst into the corner. Behind those two, three wide, Zane Smith, William Byron, and welcome to the lead lap and into the front half of the field, Ross Chastain.
To top three away, then a group of about five for the rest of the top 10 back to Eric Jones. Yes, indeed, as he gets past Noah Gregson for the 10th position. Ryan Blaney just in this pack behind, as is William Byron as well.
Meanwhile, at the front, Darrell Wallace Jr. to the inside of Chase Elliott. Side by side as they race to the line, Wallace is out in front, putting the Columbia Sportswear Toyota out in front of the field. Elliott right back to him on the approach to turn one. Kyle Larson creeping in from third.
So Wallace to the lead. Meanwhile, further back, three wide coming out of turn two. I'm trying to figure out who they are. They're all white cars all together back here, trying to race things out. Austin Cindric's going to make a move forward. He and Ross Chastain trying to get around Zane Smith. Josh Berry's in the middle of this, as is the recovering Denny Hamlin.
Fourth time in his career that Darrell Wallace Jr. has led laps here at Michigan, but as Matt mentioned, all the fist fighting going on in the middle of the pack is where the action's at. Denny Hamlin on the bottom is caught out of a drafting line. Alex Bowman and Cole Custer draft on by him. Ahead of those guys, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. harpoons his way past Ross Chastain. Stenhouse picks up a place. He finished top 5 last week.
He did. He's had a great couple of weeks, actually, in Stenhouse. He was in contention at Charlotte as well. Down the back straight comes this little group. Cindric and Bowman side by side. Cole Custer in behind them. Hamlin getting past Josh Berry. Chase Briscoe, what's he doing all the way back here after having a good start to the race? He's faded well back down the field throughout the day.
Not really sure what Briscoe's doing so far away from the other Chase. Elliott's running second. Briscoe's 21st. Elliott might not be running second for much longer, Matt. He wants first back.
He does. He's right on the tail of the 23 car coming out of the turn number 2. And down the back straight they come at the leisurely pace of 180 miles an hour plus and peel their way in a free. Wallace coming down from a high line. He didn't quite defend that. And Elliott will keel the door open, and they'll be side by side out of 4.
Side by side for the lead. Elliott drives all the way to driver's left, so he doesn't allow Wallace to have a chance to side draft him, and Elliott completes the pass for the lead of this motor race. Chase Elliott back to the front at Michigan, and those two running side by side for the small amount of time that they did, Matt, allowed Larson and Hocevar to close right back in.
Yeah, a couple of laps of side by side, and it's brought the third and fourth place cars back into frame, and Larson looking at Wallace heading to 3. But Butler defends the inside line. Larson will think, well, I'll try the outside. Wallace defends again coming out of the corner. Elliott clear of the lead.
Yeah, Elliott starting to skip away. His 16th career Michigan start. He's finished second here a lot. He's never won here. 3-way battle at second. Wallace, Larson, and Hocevar nose to tail. Then they get into the corner. Larson sledgehammers it to the bottom. Wallace stays in the middle. Hocevar's right behind Larson.
an almost contact between those two coming out of 2. Larson gets to the inside of Wallace down the back straightaway. Bit of side draft used. And he'll go through. And Hocevar with a head of steam.
Watch out!
Tried it. And then almost spins. And they almost all spin. But somehow they keep it pointing straight. Wow.
Hocevar with an almighty save. He's going to get blitzed from the back door. Daniel Suarez has already passed him. Riley Herbst and Eric Jones go around him. Christopher Bell will. Maybe even Joey Logano. Hocevar lost a bunch of spots, Matt, but he certainly saved his race. What an incredible save by both he and Darrell Wallace Jr.
This is why we like watching Carson Hocevar, because he does come with a frisson of excitement everywhere he goes. And in that instance, he almost wrecked 2 cars and himself. Luckily, there was no contact. He tried to get underneath Wallace, then realised he was going far too quickly, had to get out of it to try and not run into the back of Larson, and then got up into the high groove and almost spun himself.
Well, he quickly loads up a run around the top of Turn 4 and repasses Joey Logano, so Hocevar catches his breath, lowers his heart rate just a bit, and now starts again. He's dropped from 4th to 8th.
Yeah, so getting past Logano, and he will just think, okay, fine, we'll go again. And he hasn't actually lost that much time, relatively speaking, to that group. So he will now latch onto the back of Christopher Bell, heading to 3, to recycle the order, of course, because Wallace had to get out of it, and he lost out to Suarez, so he's put Suarez up to 3rd.
And he might lose out here to Eric Jones on the main straightaway. Jones to the inside of Wallace, who's been passed by Suarez and Riley Herbst. Now Jones trying to swoop around him. Christopher Bell creeps in on that battle. Jones stuffs it into 1. He clears Wallace and might do the same to Herbst. What a move!
Yeah. Great stuff from Eric Jones. That had Herbst way out the throttle, and he'll be pounced upon here by Wallace and Bell. They'll both go past him. And Hocevar in almost a similar position to a couple of laps to go down the inside. Thinks better of it this time.
Well, what tremendous racing here off this restart, all happening behind the race leader Chase Elliott, who's gone by 2 seconds on the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, Wallace, Bell, Herbst, 5th, 6th, and 7th, nose to tail. Hocevar is there as well. William Byron cracking the top 10 here as we work lap 104 of 200 here in Michigan. Byron going to take an attempt at Hocevar down the back straightaway. He'll make the pass on Hocevar. Logano may as well. Meanwhile, we hear from our championship leader out of the infield care center.
Stuff up, so yeah, I'm all right. Just it's a bummer for our Rockstar and G20 Camry. I feel like we had really good speed, and yeah, we were set up to probably good restart, get 2nd there, and probably up at the front of this thing, lead some more laps. So yeah, just all around bummer. Wanted to come in here and have really good points today. We had really good speed yesterday, and it showed again today. So yeah, just all in all bummer. Race I feel like could have won, got away from us, but you know, all year long we've done a really good job of staying out of messes like this. So unfortunate it finally happened, but at least we got a couple stage points. We'll see if we get back out there. I haven't even heard if we can fix it or not yet. So yeah, just not the day you want to have. We're trying to open it up on the 11 after losing a little bit of ground. So yeah, we'll just have to grind out. Pocono's not going to be great, going out real early in qualifying. So we'll have our work cut out for us starting early next weekend at Pocono, but we'll see if we can't get our Camry fixed and at least move up a couple more spots if possible.
Saw the points flat.
There you have the words from our championship leader, Tyler Reddick. He mentioned in that, too, something that doesn't get talked about perhaps enough, Matt, is the finishing position of the week before plays such a big role in the metric to determine qualifying order. So as he said there in that interview, finishing so badly, so lowly this weekend, he'll be among the first to go out in qualifying next week, which is normally viewed as a disadvantage. So already, Reddick and his 2311 team will be in damage prevention mode for Pocono next week because they won't expect to have that great of a starting spot as they go out so early in qualifying. And obviously, if it gets rained out, the metric is what sets the grid. So Tyler Reddick checked and released from the infield care center, done for the day. Change of position As we rejoin the action on the racetrack, William Byron getting around Darrell Wallace Jr. Then behind those two, Carson Hocevar coming at Riley Herbst. Those two side by side down the front stretch with Joey Logano closing in. That Byron pass put him up to 6th. Wallace backslides to 7th. Hocevar and Herbst battle for 8th.
Good to see Riley still hanging around here in the top end of the race. This has been one of his best days in a while in the 35, and he holds off Hocevar for the moment. They're coming out of 2. This is the battle for 8th position. And no change at this end of the racetrack in 3 and 4. Logano hanging around in the back of shots here too.
Back to the main straightaway come the leaders. Chase Elliott by a 2 3/4 in front of Kyle Larson. Daniel Suarez 3rd. Would you believe, Matt, in the year of 2026, on the racetrack that maybe more than any other, we talk about horsepower, Chevrolet's first, 2nd, and 3rd. The first Toyota is 4th. Speaking of 2nd, a change at that spot.
And it is Suarez getting around Kyle Larson. So change of 2nd, as you say, 7 past the 5. But they are, as you also mentioned, way back now from Chase Elliott. He is clear by almost 2 seconds of those guys.
So Elliott out in front in car number 9. We've had many days here at this Michigan racetrack where an Elliott driving a number 9 won here. He did that a lot, speaking of Chase's father, Bill, Matt. Bill won here 7 times, all in that famous Melling Racing number 9 car. 3 of those 7 wins from the pole. When Bill and Ernie Elliott came to Michigan, we talk about horsepower at Michigan. Ernie Elliott built some engines, boy. And then Bill drove the heck out of them. 7 times a winner here. And even more than that, Matt, 15 finishes of 1st, 2nd, or 3rd at Michigan for Bill Elliott. He just, I tell you, he tore them up around here. Chase trying to get it done here. Talked about all those 2nd place finishes 3 times. He's been the runner-up here at the Michigan International Speedway. He's never won here. Send you down to pit road as we're going to get a mini through the field here with 10 to go in the stage.
We were the best car behind the 45 out of the race right now, and I asked, so how do you capitalize on having a good car? And Alan said the goal is to push Chase to take risk. And I said, well, how do you do that? He said, making your driver the weak link is what motivates them. And this is a philosophy Alan has had for a very long time, even before Chase. He said, if the car is strong, if the pit crew is outstanding, if they're making good race calls, then it forces Chase to step up. And we are seeing that here today, Trevor.
Yeah, Ken, taking a look at that leaderboard, the 7 has crept his way up there with that 4-tire call they made at the last pit stop. I know it was forever ago, but they are the ones that are taking advantage of that call the most here with that speed. Think about Daniel Suarez back to Charlotte with that 2-tire call that got him the win and the momentum that carried him into Nashville. Now to here, Steve, that's a lot of forward momentum this team's building.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt about that, and clearly a lot is starting to click on this Spire Motorsports number 7 team, Matt, and perhaps the biggest part that's starting to click is the decisions being made at the top of the box by Ryan Sparks. 2-tire stop at the perfect time, wins them the race at Charlotte a couple of weeks ago, and now takes on 4 tires here. Haven't talked about tire wear that much here today, but it's clearly coming into play because the guys it's taken 4 have been able to gradually move to the front, and Suarez, who took 4 on that last caution, has propelled up to 2nd.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a slow start for Suarez at Life at Spire, but he has been sort of around the sort of 10th place in the points for most of the just sort of late part of the season. So really has been going well, and yeah, terrific call for him to get the victory a couple of weeks ago at Charlotte. And perhaps in times gone by, someone like Daniel Suarez winning a race, you would have thought, oh, that's going to, that would be him and get him into the playoffs, and we won't hear from him again. But well, a couple of weeks later, here he is trying to battle for the lead.
Goodness, Darrell Wallace Jr. is zigging and zagging down the front straightaway, trying to defend from Joey Logano and an on-rushing Zane Smith. It hasn't worked for him. Logano to the inside of Wallace, gets by in 1 and 2. Zane Smith will try to do the same.
Try and squeeze in between, does Smith. He does. Wallace didn't take too kindly to it, and Smith will chase him all the way down to the white line on the back straightaway. Denny Hamlin sitting in the rear of this going, please just crash in front of me and let me go through. They've all kept it pointing in the right direction for the moment as they come up on the very slow-moving Ty Gibbs car after the damage from earlier on, and Wallace squeezes Smith.
Yeah, side wrap by Wallace right up the flag stand, and that gives Denny Hamlin a double slipstream. He says thank you very much, slips to the inside of both of those cars. Hamlin gets by Wallace, but Smith keeps his foot in and around the outside.
Side by side between those two now coming out of turn 2. What will happen here down the back straightaway? Will Smith chase Denny? No. They stay locked side by side, giving a double slipstream to the 23, who dives to the inside. Not close enough to affect a pass at the moment, but he might have a run coming off the corner.
Meanwhile, unseen by us, but seen by you if you're watching timing and scoring, Eric Jones took third from Kyle Larson, and now we will call Eric Jones taking second from Daniel Suarez. All this talk about a Michigan-born winner not winning at Michigan, Matt. We talk about Hocevar, we talk about Keselowski. We didn't talk about Eric Jones, but here he is.
Yeah, up in the second place. Great move on Suarez heading down there into turn 1. Second place. It was a good start to the day for the legacy cars. They've lost John Hunter Nemechek as a competitive force. He's still on the lead lap somewhere in the order, but here is Eric Jones right up at the front of the field.
So Eric Jones from Byron, Michigan, up to second. Further back, we pick up a battle between Darrell Wallace Jr. and Riley Herbst. Wallace stays ahead of Herbst at the line. This is back at 11th, as those two have been backsliding. Noah Gregson charges up on the back of them. Good run for Noah today, Matt. He's 13th.
Yeah, very strong run for Noah. I did mention him earlier on when he was in the top 10. He's just hanging around in that position. Another guy that's probably been helped by some of those other people falling out with that earlier incident. 2 to go in this second stage for Chase Elliott. His lead is, coming down ever so slightly.
Not ever so slightly. It just went from 1.3 to 0.6 in one lap. Eric Jones, out of nowhere, Matt. He won a stage at Texas this year. First stage win of his career. He might be heading towards another one.
Shot out of a canyon, perhaps, for Eric Jones as we head towards the end of this stage. He's put Daniel Suarez way in the mirror, and all he can see in front of him is the Napa 9 car. Can he affect a pass here and nick the stage victory with 1 lap to go?
They come off of turn number 4, and there's only 4 car lengths between the leaders. Chase Elliott comes to the line. He starts the last lap of stage 2. Eric Jones in his slipstream trying to run him down over the next 2 miles. At third, also a battle there between Suarez and Larson. Let's follow the leaders in 2.
I think Elliott was held up by Todd Gilliland on the last lap, which we didn't quite see. That's why the gap came down. I think Chase looks like he's probably got enough of a gap here heading towards 3 that he won't have to worry about defending from Eric Jones, who goes to the low side. Will get close, but perhaps not close enough, off 4.
Chase Elliott clears turn 4, 2 car lengths ahead of Eric Jones, who will try to slipstream him down the straightaway, but at the green and white checkered flag, it is Chase Elliott scoring his second stage win of the season. Just ousting Jones at the line by 18/100ths of a second. Jones gets 9 stage points for finishing second. Daniel Suarez third, Kyle Larson fourth, William Byron fifth. Rest of the points paying positions go to Bell, Hocevar, Hamlin, Logano, and Smith. Entertaining second stage, and you could just see it as it was happening. Second stage being 30 laps longer than the first stage totally changed how it was run compared to that opening stanza. 2 stages in, 120 laps down, 80 to go in the Michigan 400. Chase Elliott searching for his first Michigan win and 8th for the Elliott family. Matt, on this June 7th, plenty of racing to speak about and still even more to go tonight. Very late tonight, as it were. Tell us about what's gone on in the racing world this weekend on our Hot Lap.
Indeed so. If you don't like spoiler alerts, then mute for the next couple of minutes, please. I'm going to spoiler alert myself here by running through some of this stuff. It has been a very busy day. And as we always do when I do it, we'll do it in racetrack alphabetical order, which means we start today with the letter B. And that's Balaton Park in Hungary, where MotoGP was in action this weekend. A double for Marc Marquez, won the sprint yesterday. and held off Pedro Acosta today to win the main race, the Grand Prix, his 100th Grand Prix victory across all classes. Another win in Moto 2 for the championship leader Manuel Gonzalez. He's now got almost a 50-point lead in the Moto 2 championship there. And another win for Max Quiles in Moto 3. So in the junior classes, the championship leaders continuing to do their thing. MotoGP in action in Brno in 2 weeks' time in the Czech Republic for their next round. As you mentioned, at Gateway, the Indy Next race is underway now, but don't turn over. And IndyCar happens tonight with the night race out there at St. Louis. Also this weekend here at Michigan International Speedway yesterday, we had the ARCA Henry Ford Health 200. Rio Ruggiero nicking home the win yesterday afternoon. That was run after the Truck Series, which we mentioned earlier. Here's this for a long-winded name of a race. The 24th annual DQS Solutions and Staffing 250 powered by Precision Vehicle Logistics. Intake of breath. That was won by Corey Heim. Le Mans coming up next weekend, so no IMSA to talk about in terms of the main championship, but they've been at Mid-Ohio for the supports this weekend. Mustang Challenge, Cole Lofsgaard winning the race yesterday, and Devin Anderson winning today. In the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge Championship, Oscar Tuño winning yesterday, and he also took the win today in the old LMP3 cars running in that championship, so the Spaniard doing the double. And Pilot Challenge, their 4-hour race is just about finished, so I can't tell you the result of that because it's only finished very recently there. Let's skip Monaco for the moment and go to British Touring Cars because they were at Alton Park this weekend, and wins for Dan Camish, Ash Sutton, both in Ford Focuses, and the last race of the day was won by Charles Rainford in the BMW. So spread there. Ash Sutton continues to be the championship leader. And let's go to Monaco, shall we? Because, Monaco, if you call it by its proper name. Formula 3, Gerard G won the reverse grid race yesterday, this morning at the very early hour of 7:45 local time when that race started. Brandon Badoer, son of Luca, getting the victory in Formula 3. Formula 2 was in support. Noel Leon winning yesterday, and the main race today was won by Nicholas Solov. The Porsche Super Cup was also in action as well. Theo Overhaus, the German, getting the victory there. And in the Grand Prix, it continues to rain Kimi Antonelli victories. Yet another one. He is now 66 points clear of Lewis Hamilton in the championship, who finished second. Lewis, 41, his age, older than the combined other podium finishes together today. That's Kimi Antonelli and Isaac Hadjar, who finished third for Red Bull. Formula 1 in action again next weekend in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix. But there is a big 24-hour race in France that is going to have a lot of attention on it next week, which is Le Mans for the World Endurance Championship. We'll be at Pocono for the Cup Series action as well. Another busy weekend to come next week.
Very good. Thank you, Matt, for our hot lap. Real quick, we'll be going green shortly. JB jumping in for a thought. Hello,
Hi.
JB. How are you?
Hello.
JT jumping in
How
as
are
well.
you?
Hello.
Hello. Right, this is completely stupid, but JT's been at Euro NASCAR today, and he had a Danica Patrick liveried car. Okay. That was there. So I suddenly thought to myself,
Don't go there.
I'm going there. That's why I'm here.
No.
I popped in about 5 minutes ago, but we were 5 to go, and I didn't realise how close we were to the end of the stage because the end of that stage flew by. But what would a British Danica Patrick be? And I suddenly thought, well, 1, she would support reform. 2, she'd be cozying up to Nigel Farage. And I sort of got lost there, so I thought maybe a fellow Brit of Matt White could help out and say, well, what would she be?
No political references on this show, thank you.
Well, that's see, Matt.
But no,
Matt knows where he's at.
She would be, wouldn't she? That just crossed my mind. It was a bit funny. Matt, are you on IndyCar later?
Well, I know Matt White is surely not.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Not Matt White. If he was on IndyCar at 2 o'clock in the morning, something seriously wrong has happened.
Yeah.
Matthew, are you...
7 races that have preceded it in the championship before 2 a.m.
Well, indeed. Yes, very doubtful for me. I've been on the air 7 days in a row, so I have...
Oh.
I'm very doubtful to be on tonight that late either.
One to go at the line coming to the choose this
I'm
time.
on fire. Guys, I hope you get to 1,000 either tonight or during the amazing football commentary that you've got coming up. I'll see you later, guys.
Yes,
Take care.
Have a good call of the finish to you guys.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yes.
It's nice and quiet now. Look at that.
Just the absolute daggers that you throw his way, and you work together so well. Anyhow,
that reminds me, I need to find that key
Well,
that
indeed.
I've lost.
Okay.
Anyhow, as you heard JT say, 1 to go at the line, so we're getting ready for a restart here.
Swiftly moving on.
Yeah, we do. We move on. We press on like a Lee nail.
I've just seen a Facebook post on NASCAR Fans UK group saying tickets booked for Daytona 500 can't flip and wait. Someone has responded to that saying don't forget to catch some local racing at Volusia for the complete Florida Speed Week experience. I wonder what I'm doing Friday night of Speed Weeks. Going to Fallujah Speedway Park. Matthew, it seems like I have got my schedule right.
Not the truck race, but
No.
Volusia, yes.
Yes.
That'll probably go on for many hours, I would imagine, that truck race. It normally does at Daytona.
Yes. And Matt, the reason that we're talking about it on stream is because the Birch knows now.
Oh, okay. That was the next sport going between my ears. So very good.
I'm going to disappear and I'm going to let you talk about cars that are about to start going fast again.
Yeah, we do have a jumbled up running order. During the hot lap, pit stops were made. Chase Elliott holds the lead, but William Byron jumps up. He'll restart second. Eric Jones and Kyle Larson dropping places. They will restart 7th and 8th. And would you just believe that Denny Hamlin has broken the top 5 for the first time today, Matt? The pole sitter that didn't get to start at the front is now 5th.
Coming good at the right time, perhaps, as we eventually, this race does seem like it's been going as long as the Le Mans 24 Hours next week, approach the 3rd stage.
Oh, goodness. Corvette pace car will come to pit road. Chase Elliott, the control car on the inside of row 1. His teammate in bright orange and white, William Byron, to his right elbow. Green flag goes up into the air. Final stage underway as we have 74 laps to go in the Michigan 400. Christopher Bell shoves Chase Elliott into turn 1. Elliott's got the lead. Bell in line second. They're side by side at third. They're 3 wide at 20th.
Yeah, Blaney and Berry way in the back there, 3 wide. Meanwhile, they're out the front. They've got themselves settled down. It's Elliott from Bell, from Byron, from Larson. Suarez down the inside of Denny Hamlin to try and take 5th place back. Just behind them, Eric Jones and Logano. Suarez does go past Hamlin, and he might carry on with this.
He's going to give a huge shot right to the bumper cover of the Kyle Larson automobile. Everyone stays in line right next to that great white wall on the outside of the racetrack. Further back, Carson Hocevar trying to make up lost ground. Dives to the inside of a couple of Fords, passing Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric.
So moving and shaking going around out there. Bell defending from Byron. He tried to move coming out of 2. Slides back in line. And then we'll slide across the front of Larson to defend his 3rd place. Here comes Hamlin, though, passing Suarez and Larson. Double move for Denny.
Big run from Hamlin, and he'll jump from 6th to 4th with that move, getting by those two Chevrolets. Eric Jones and Darrell Wallace Jr. joins in. Suarez at the end of the straightaway. He'll cut to driver's left. To the inside of Larson he goes, while Hamlin works over on Byron.
William will keep him behind for the moment. Suarez and Larson will be side by side coming out of 2, and Suarez decided he wanted to go back in the slipstream line. Eric Jones popped out at the same time. He will pass Suarez, going a free, or would attempt to. Wallace thought about it too. He then backed out of it behind, and Daniel will keep Jones at bay, but only just.
Former teammates back in prior lives of both Eric Jones and Daniel Suarez, and while they run shoulder to shoulder, Darrell Wallace Jr. gets a massive run, peels to the inside of both of those two and makes it 3 wide. Carson Hocevar thought about for a moment going 4 wide. Jones storms into the corner to stay ahead of Wallace.
And from Wallace, looking like he might pass 2 people, he actually ended up losing a place there to Hocevar coming out of turn 2. So that didn't work out for Wallace at all. He's now going to be under pressure from Zane Smith, heading to 3. And Wallace had to get out of it, perhaps spooked by the 38 down the inside. He goes way up the racetrack and loses the spot.
So Wallace does end up losing 2 spots on that lap after, as you mentioned, it looked like he might gain 2 positions. So from 8th to 10th goes Wallace. Jones did complete the pass on Suarez to take over the 6th position. At the front, it's Chase Elliott, but he's not exactly driving away from the chase group behind him.
No, that's right. And Bell having to hang on here because Byron again was looking coming out of turn 2 at the 2nd place position. But Bell keeps the spot for now. And after a bit of a slow start to his afternoon, Christopher Bell and for William Byron, for that matter of fact, and for Denny Hamlin, all 3 of them from 2nd through 4th, all find themselves locked up behind the leader.
Meanwhile, leaders across the line with now 69 laps to go in this race. Let's set the stage for this. Let's set the scene for this final stage here, Matt. We have not had scheduled green flag pit stops in this race. If we were to get that long green flag run that we often get at Michigan, but we haven't had a lot of today so far, if we do get it here, we do have another pit stop for tires and fuel to go. Likely to come around, if you want to pit right when your window opens to make it to the end, that would be about lap 160, 165. Technically, they could go closer to about 175 before pitting again. See what these crew chiefs want to cook up here for this final stage. Again, that's if it stays green.
Yeah, that's right. If you can pit last first, if that makes sense, that might wind out in the strategy and get you in front of some of the other guys with some fresh tyres. Have to wait and see how it pans out. We're on lap 1, about to start lap 134, so we've got another 20 laps or so if it stays green, of course, until we get into when we would expect pit stops to start happening.
Yeah, the last to fit, or the first to pit last. We saw that come into play last week at Nashville in that battle between teammates Hamlin, Bell, and Briscoe. Top 3 remain in their order of Elliott, Bell, and Byron. They're running only about half a second separating those top 3. Hamlin is 4th, Larson is 5th. As you can see on the timing tower left of your screen, we'll flash up the full running order for you with 67 laps to go, and you can see that 33 of the 37 cars that started the race are still in it. 32 are on the lead lap, so just make note of that as well, Matt. As we come now to 66 laps to go, 32 cars still in the lead lap, so any kind of a mistake or bad break, like a slow pit stop, a speeding penalty, any kind of pit road penalty, a flat tire, which we've seen a couple of today, any of that is going to shoot you way down the running order and into the 30s.
Yep, absolutely right. So it'll be on, if it does come to that green flag pit stop happening in the next 20-odd laps time, is going to be on the crews. Be money stop territory for all those guys to get it right. On the last stop of the day, as Ross Chastain and Chris Buescher almost came into contact. Noah Gragson was in the middle of that too. Very close quarters racing going on back here outside the top 10.
Ross Chastain nearly fell a lap down. He was so far off the pace in stage 1, Matt. I don't know what they've done to that Busch Light car. He still doesn't have race winning speed, but he's muscled his way into the top 15. That's a tremendous turnaround.
Yeah, 14th and hanging on and battling away now. So they've worked wonders with that car. They keep him in a relatively solid position after, as you said, a really troubled start to the day. Elliott, Bell, Byron, Hamlin, Larson, as quick as you can say it, heading towards turn one. Van Gisbergen 27th, the other remaining Trackhouse running car, who was also complaining vehemently on the radio in stages 1 and 2 how awful his car was to drive. And we saw how loose Connor Zilich's was before he crashed it earlier on. So Trackhouse as a whole look like they've missed the setup here today.
Yeah, it would seem that way. Meanwhile, again, if you're new to the channel, you're just turning us on as we are in the final stage. If you're new to us, you like what you see, and more importantly, you like what you hear. That's becoming our catchphrase around here. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Interact in the comments section. Hit the notification bell to get notified when we are next going live. We are chasing 1,000 subscribers. We have added a few since we last checked, Matt. We're now at 972, as maybe you would say. So we're inside 30 away from that magic number of 1,000. Again, the world's biggest sporting events. We'll stream them on this channel, these live watch-alongs, just as we did yesterday with the women's final from Roland Garros. Mira Andreeva claiming her first Grand Slam title at age 19, beating the qualifier Maya Halinska, who went on a tremendous... Maya Halinska, you want to talk about vaulting up the championship standings, Matt. Over the last 3 weeks, Shane Van Gisbergen's gone from 19th to 12th. In 3 weeks, Maya Halinska, who had to qualify just to make the main draw at Roland Garros, is going from world number 114 to 21.
Wow.
That's 93 positions, and putting herself in a position where she could be seeded at Wimbledon in a few weeks. She'll be a seed at Wimbledon. Absolutely no one knew her name, aside from her family, 3 weeks ago. But
making the playoff seeds.
Well, indeed, yes, thank you for that. But yes, women's final at Roland Garros on the channel yesterday, and we had great turnout for that. We had Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final on last night that went into double overtime. We'll have Game 4 of that series Tuesday. NBA Finals tomorrow. World Cup begins Thursday with Mexico and South Africa at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and perhaps later in the night we'll even have South Korea and Czechia. Across the line, the leaders come. 140 of 200 laps down, 60 to go. Chase Elliott leads from Christopher Bell, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson. You can see the full running order on your screen. Real quick, I know people want us to cover the race. We will. That's what we're here to do. Real quick, this is the last time we're going to hear from Matt White on these airwaves until Thursday. Who's the World Cup pick from Matt White?
France.
Oh, okay.
Redemption for Qatar.
Yes. See, I've been leaning France the whole way just myself because I am a fanboy of Kylian Mbappe. Like I've called 2 World Cups in my life on the prior platform, so thus I've called 2 World Cup finals. He scored 4 goals in them. He's just so special. He's so special. Oh, we have a yellow flag.
Good.
We have a caution.
Ooh.
Oh, no, it's Zane Smith at the top of turn 2, Matt.
Oh. Backwards in the wall. The dream has run out for the Dream Machine today, I'm afraid. Right under the Freeway Insurance banner. He is left side against the wall, trying to get it. Not doing a burnout. He's got a left rear flat. And as he rolls back down towards the apron, I'm not sure if that was cause or effect. Let's find out. You don't want to be having an accident at turn 1. He's extremely fast in there, as we've seen in the past. And wow.
Goodness.
That went on for about half a mile, that spin.
That was like the old Benny Parsons line with Kevin Harvick at Chicago in 2002. He wrecked for a mile before he finally lost it.
Single car spin. I looked like fairly certain that the tyre was down.
Oh, it was.
Which is what was the cause, which is a shame, but it looks like fairly minimal damage.
Yeah, but he can't get it going.
But he's stuck. Yeah. He's stuck on the apron in turn 2.
Gosh, and we just talked about with all these cars on the lead lap, and here he is falling off the lead lap. this is just going to kill what was a great run for Zane and a great run of races for Zane, back-to-back top 10s at Charlotte and Nashville, and he was creeping up into the chase conversation. Started the day 20th in the championship standings. We gave you the live standings. Around halfway through the race, he was 19th. Now he's going to be back at best 32nd and off the lead lap. Now this caution comes at a very peculiar time for crew chiefs, Matt, because with 58 laps to go and more than likely going to go green with around 52 or 53 to go, we were told the fuel window was about 40 to 45 laps. So no one can go from here to the finish unless you save an absolute ton. I mean, you would have to be way off the pace to be able to go from here to the end.
I feel like we're going to see some secondary pit stops going on for some people in this phase here, topping back off again.
But the point is, if you know you can't make it from here, even if you think your window is closer to 50 than it is 45, you still can't make it from here. But do you pit here? Or do you not pit, take the restart on old tires, run a handful of laps, and then pit under green when you know you can make it the rest of the way? And this is interesting.
Yeah, it really has come at not a good time for anybody really in team land. But it looks like fairly, from what we're getting from our colleagues at Prime, that everyone is getting themselves prepared at least down there for once pit entry is open. As Zane Smith, unfortunately, is now, they try to push him back, but that has not worked, and he's now being towed back to pit lane, and it looks like we are about to get pit stops this time.
Pit road will be open. We'll see how many come in and what the strategy is for the rest of the way. And it certainly looks like everyone will come down pit road. Yep, none of the lead lap cars have stayed out. So it'll be 4 tires and fuel, Matt. You might as well take 4 because you're going to have to wait on fuel. You need every drop you can get here. Well, I say that, but William Byron's only going 2. Why would you only go 2 if you know you have to wait on fuel? I don't understand that whatsoever from Rudy Fugel. It's 4 tires for Chase Elliott. I would think it's
2
going to
for
be
Bell.
2 for Bell. Wow. Oh, and it looks like 2 for Hamlin? Nope, they will go 4.
Nope.
I don't understand why you would go 2 here, Matt. But plenty of guys have, because Byron, Bell, Chastain, and Logano are the first 4 out. So those 4 have gone 2 only. That's an interesting decision. Not sure if I agree with it, but that's why I'm not a crew chief either. 56 to go as we run under caution.
Take back what I said about Zane Smith having minimal damage. He actually hit that ball fairly hard, as we've just seen the onboard footage from the 38, which is a shame after the last couple of weeks of a really good run. And the first half of this race, he was poking around the top 10, top 5. So that is a shame for the front row team. But yeah, I agree with you that he surely had to go 4 tires. I'm surprised not one single person's used your strategy plea as such, which was stay out and then come in when you could definitely make it in 10 laps time, but go with the flow, go with the herd, I suppose, on that one. Back to our previous conversation quickly. A lot of talk about Spain, and I don't really understand where all this Spain talk has come from as we approach the tournament, but
well, yes,
they'll be contenders, but I'm not in my winning group, I wouldn't have thought.
Yes, so as we hit the caution, we can talk a little bit more about it, I suppose. So you're going France. I'm going France. Our colleague Seth Eaves is going Spain. He's gone Spain over Argentina in the final.
Yes, he has. Yeah, you're quite right. I haven't finished my bracket prediction yet.
Now,
I'll get that done before.
Now here's something that is just started to pick up some steam over the last few days, and this is something that I've been talking about quite a bit, that it doesn't feel like it's been talked about a lot until just now. But a lot of these European teams are just coming over here, like Norway and Greensboro and other places, and they're like, there's starting to be some panic amongst journalists and reporters. Like, these teams aren't getting, they're being bothered by the heat. There was a report about England being bothered by the heat. We know that in a bunch of these places, it's not only hot, but it is crazy humid.
And in some spots, it's high up as well.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Altitude in Mexico.
So that's just something to think about. The heat,
Could
the
this World
humidity.
Cup be our Euro 2004?
Could be. Could be.
Which was won by Greek of all nations, if you didn't know that.
Well, yeah, right. Because, you talk about, we're going to have matches in Atlanta and Dallas and Houston. And yes, those are stadiums that have a retractable roof, and they'll have to make a decision, and I suppose FIFA would be at the head of making that decision on whether, they'll have the roof open or closed for those matches. But even still, just even if they were to close the roof, that doesn't cut off just the heat that's coming through and the humidity as well of the Atlanta and Dallas and Houston areas. And then Kansas City, that's not an indoor stadium, and it gets wildly hot in Kansas City this time of year. Miami does just make you wonder how the conditions might play into this World Cup.
Best place to be would be New England or the Canadian stadiums, you would think, taking all that into the thought process. But
the absolute coolest will be San Francisco, because it never gets above 70 in San Francisco, and at night it sometimes in the summer even drops to 50 or below in San Francisco. So you'd like to play out there if you could, if you're more accustomed to cooler temperatures. Also, night matches in Seattle would probably be fairly cool, and I know Seattle is where the United States will play one of their 3 group matches in.
And the United States, which I have predicted, will win all of their group matches. So
wow, you feel very highly, because all I'm getting from people is they might not even advance from Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey.
They should be fine. Should be fine. There's best placed third teams. You'll be fine to go through.
Countrywide panic.
Causing me a head scratcher in my predictions.
Countrywide panic that I've seen so many articles written that they're going to finish last in this group. Oh, mind you, that yesterday in Chicago they played extremely well in a 2-1 loss to Germany. Anthony Robinson with a cracking goal in that game. Anyway, World Cup starts Thursday.
Anyway, all that to come from Thursday. Yes.
Chevrolet Corvette pace car hits pit road and gives the lead over to a Chevrolet Camaro. That's William Byron to his outside, Christopher Bell. The green waves with 53 laps to go in Michigan. What will the end of this race look like with fuel in question? Hendrick teammates work in tandem on the inside row. Elliott shoves Byron out to the lead. Now Elliott's going to try to slip to his inside. Can't do it. Is Elliott even going to secure second? Christopher Bell has him around the outside.
Yeah, couldn't slide up in front of him, wasn't clear, and Bell will go by, but Elliott will use the side draft to get him back, heading towards turn 3. Ross Chastain somehow in the top 5. No! Oh my goodness me, that's a massive accident. Chase Elliott and Christopher Bell, and Christopher Bell's car was in the air for some time. He didn't hit the catch fence, but my goodness, he hit hard, and the caution is back out. Chase Elliott has come to rest against the opening of a tyre wall down there, luckily right in front of an AMR safety truck. Wow. The Christopher Bell Rheem Camry is destroyed.
And he is moving in the car. Smoke is filling the cockpit, but he's climbing out. Oh, my gosh. An impact as big as it gets.
He's torn the whole rear window out.
As big of an impact as you will see. Chase Elliott also climbing out. Oh, my goodness, Matt.
Wow.
That was...
I think Chase was trying to figure out where Chris was to make sure that he was okay.
Elliott underneath Bell here, Matt, and it just... Elliott's car just washed up. That is an insane hit.
Yeah, just lost the rear and snapped. Oh, I don't think he was in the air. I take that back, actually, now seeing it from the lower shot. But from the high shot, it looked like he was flying through the air.
Yeah, from the high shot, it did.
That being Bell. Here's the onboard from Chase Elliott. If you're watching along with pictures, he just loses a rear on the seam, has to correct it, and they're so close together at such high speed. And Chase was lucky he didn't have his hands on the wheel there. Otherwise, we could have been in broken wrist territory. I hope that Chris is okay, because that was a hellacious hit at a 45-degree angle.
Oh, my gosh. Wow, it just happened so quick. Yeah, and there's Chase walking over to Christopher and...
Bit of a hug between them.
Yeah, making sure both of them are okay, and Chase coming out to say, sorry, I obviously didn't mean... I was with you, Matt, from the aerial shot that it was being shown live from. I did think Christopher's car went up into the air. That was just an optical illusion from the aerial shot. That
from
is...
the heli.
Two huge hits, though. Good Lord.
Oh.
Savage impacts.
And then Chase back down across the racetrack through the grass. He was lucky he wasn't tackled by anyone else. Here's the Bell on board. Oh my God, this is going to be a frightening watch.
Oh my Lord.
My
well, that is... That's the hardest impact we've seen so far this season.
That might be the hardest impact we've seen with this car. With this spec of car.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's got to go right up there with the Kyle Larson Ryan Preece Talladega crash, where it was Larson T-boning Preece and totally misshaping the sheet metal on the chassis of the Preece car. And you're right, Matt, as Elliott comes down the track at still high speed, it's amazing that no one else hit him, as it's basically the whole field behind. But again, the safer barrier, Prime just taking a moment to pause the replay and showing the flexing of the safer barrier. This safer barrier has saved so many lives. It's saved so many lives since it was introduced for the first time at the 2002 Brickyard 400. They might have to repair said safer barrier. The hit was so huge, Matt, and indeed we have gone red.
Yeah, no surprise. Wow, that's that's a terrifying accident. And you say what you want about how this car races, and lots of people have over the last couple of years since it was introduced. My goodness, it's safe. And yeah, safer barrier and hands device, perhaps a combination of the two, and the safeness of the car. If that had been a Gen 6, Gen 5 accident, I don't think we'd sit here talking about, oh, the car's really safe.
And you have to give so much credit to NASCAR, too, for the work they've done on this car, Matt, because we know the first year of it impacts much more innocent looking than those two to Kurt Busch and Alex Bowman caused injuries, but they went straight to work on this car to make it safer, and they sure have. I can't even begin to look at that 20 car and fathom the wreckage that 20 car has been through. Look at it.
Yeah.
Can't even see the number on the right side of the car.
Shortened up on each corner somewhat. And the field has come to rest on the back straightaway with William Byron in the lead, as you can see on screen. But this may, in a race that has, as I said, jokingly said earlier on, has seemingly gone on forever. We've now got the last quarter of it still to go. And we'll have a little bit of a delay here in a portion of NASCAR Cup Series races that have been delayed for rhyme or reason, for whatever else.
It puts you in mind, it honestly puts you in mind of a crash we had at Texas in 2004 in the Truck Series between David Ruderman and Bill Lester, where one truck was inside another and it just shot up the track in the corner, and it just pinched that truck on the outside between another crashing vehicle and the wall. That's what we got here. By the way, the 10th caution of the day, Matt, ties a Michigan record. To your
I was going to
point.
ask you that a while ago what the record was, because I felt like we were heading towards it.
Oh, golly, just happy everyone's okay. Because
oh my god,
those two impacts were as big as it gets. JT?
that was insane. NASCAR have got a lot of wrecked cars to look at, and they will learn a lot from this race.
Yeah.
They've got Reddick with the punctured side, which was insane.
Yeah.
They've got Austin Dillon's car,
which hit him.
Yeah. And now they've got Christopher Bell's car to look at. That safer barrier has got a lot of damage, but we saw on the slow-mo how well that worked.
Yeah. It did its job.
And to that point, Joe in the grid chat, that might be one of the hardest hits we've seen safer barrier take.
And that was a good test for it as well. Yeah. Because we have all of these controlled tests in a controlled environment, which they do all the crash tests in, but that might be the hardest hit that we've seen in racing conditions. And even Bubba Wallace on the radio said that was the hardest hit that he's seen.
Well, it was
good to see Bell get straight out, though.
Well, and it was just last year that Dr. Dean Sicking went into the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and he absolutely should have. He was the inventor of this safer barrier that, as I mentioned earlier, they did so much work on at Nebraska University. It first debuted in NASCAR at the 2002 Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis. It debuted overall in that year's 500 at Indianapolis. And Dr. Dean Sicking deserved to be in the Hall of Fame because, to the point I made earlier, Matt, his invention with the safer barrier has undoubtedly saved so many lives. We have still yet to have a fatality of a NASCAR driver on the racetrack in now more than 25 years. And when you think of all the Michael McDowell at Texas in that qualifying crash, Ryan Blaney's head-on impact at Daytona just a couple of years ago, this impact, it's the safer Jeff Gordon at Pocono in 2006. This safer barrier has literally saved lives.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And in the IndyCar circuit as well, because you mentioned it earlier, it'd be nice for IndyCar to come back here with all the IndyCar racetracks that are oval. They're all NASCAR tracks as well, so it's incredible. All this imagery we're getting now, another reel of replays. Some incredible imagery. And AMR and what looks to be the Daytona track crew, because they're all wearing the same jacket that says Daytona track crew on the back, are going to work there in the middle of 3 and 4. They still haven't managed to get the Crystal Bell car hooked to the wrecker here. I don't think there's any jacking points left on it in a straight shape. They might need a rollback to go and get that one.
Yeah.
They might actually have to fully replace this safer barrier.
Well, that's what I was just thinking. I was just thinking in my mind. There's a
I don't think this patchwork is going to work.
Yeah, there's a non-zero chance that this might be the end of this race, because that wall has been harpooned in a major way, and there are no lights around this racetrack. Now, granted, very famously, it stays daylight in the state of Michigan for a long time in the summer. Sunset tonight is at the normal sunset time of 9:20. But I don't know. We're under red with 51 laps to go. But to the point, I was just sitting here thinking the same, JT, that they might not be allowed by NASCAR to go back racing with that wall in the state that it is without fully replacing it.
Yeah, it's not the foam blocks or anything in the middle that are the problem. They can be instantly swapped in and out.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, we watch one of the AMR crew check them out now as the welding's going on in front of them, and you can say, "Oh well, it's a 2-mile racetrack. If we're going to have another crash in the next 50 laps, what makes you think it can be there? Well, what makes you think it won't be there?" And we have another accident, and someone hit the wall at the exact same point that Christopher Bell just smashed through it. Here's Chase Elliott. Can we get a word with him?
Yeah.
I feel really bad for Bell, and just taking him out. I was just trying to run in the bottom and kind of make use of our fresh tires and try and at least get to second. I was hoping, or hopefully even stay side by side with him. But yeah, I got in there, got free, and thought I was going to spin, and was kind of committing to spinning out. And as soon as I started to commit to spinning, it just hooked up and hooked to right, and unfortunately, sent Christopher in the wall super hard, and me shortly there behind. So yeah, just racing really hard. I felt like that was kind of a turning point in the race. We needed to make something happen, and stepped over the line again and paid for it.
We saw you console Christopher, and then you guys kind of console each other. What was the exchange?
I just told him I'm sorry. I mean, obviously it was not on purpose, but I knew that, that was a big hit for both of us. I think he took the brunt of it, honestly, and probably 2 really big hits, and just, have a lot of respect for Bell, and we always race each other with a lot of respect, I feel like, on track, and not that you want that to happen to anyone, but, certainly just, I knew it was a big one, and it was nothing intentional, just stepped over the line, and I'm glad he was all right.
And then finally, I know this is not how you wanted to end the day, but if you look at the day collectively as a whole, what are the positives you see in the gains the team has made?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we had a really solid day going. We just needed to finish off, whatever was going to come next. I'm not sure, but, was able to lead some laps and get a stage win there, get some points. Just needed to finish it off. I don't know what the rest of the day was going to bring, like I said, but it was solid. Thought we were, going to have a shot at it. Just needed to get there to find out, and we didn't.
It's a good time to mention that Dale Jr. in the booth, stage 1, said that it's been a relatively quiet day for Christopher Bell so far.
Yeah.
That came back to bite him.
Certainly did. He was one of the guys that was taking time to make as many pit stops as he could in the early stages when we had the cautions at the beginning. He was back in the field, and much like a lot of Christopher Bell's races, he comes good towards the last quarter, which we are literally on now, lap 150 of 200.
That wall is so bent in, they are struggling to get the foam barriers in. They're having to sledgehammer the foam in.
The foam blocks being, Triple H head sledgehammered into place here. For any wrestling fans amongst us. So that is a little bit concerning.
And the foam blocks they brought out, they had physical bits of foam missing off of them, and there's no trace of them. There is the debris that hit the top of Larson's windshield.
Wow, that's one of the windows from the Bell car that I saw on one of the other replays was spinning across. It actually hit Larson's roof on the way through, and we believe has knocked out the hamburger cam on the top of Kyle Larson's car. So that's a passenger for the rest of the afternoon.
You can see just to the left of where they're welding is where the current section of safer barrier they're working on has fully bent, and they have had to bring a full recovery truck and do a full operation to get that 20 car recovered. It was leaking a substantial amount of fluid, so they're going to have to get that cleaned up as well. But
Yeah, that's going to take some time to get that away, but thankfully for them, they have got some time while the wall is adjusted. But it gives the drivers a chance to take a breath here and a bit of a reset for whatever we're going to get in terms of racing towards the end in this race, which was just shaping up, as we talked about under the caution prior to this one, which is obviously our red flag. We're shaping up to be a little bit of an interesting finish with fuel levels and fuel strategy going on.
Yeah, NASCAR is saying around 10 minutes for the pair.
Okay.
Left.
So that's probably another 10 minutes under red. They wouldn't start the cars rolling until they were fairly happy and got some of the equipment back off the racetrack, which would then bring us a couple more laps under caution, and then you would be right into the window of you could make it from here. So I would suggest we're going to see another group of a fairly sizable group of cars come down once pits are reopened to get their fuel to get home. Whatever that may be.
Because with the restart, with 53 laps to go, we were already talking about fuel saving, and now with 51 to go under red, with the possibility, I'm not going to say the word, but you know which comes near the end of the race. With the possibility of that,
I don't think these teams would want to risk it. They finally got the 20 car onto the back and it is into pit road. I'm telling you now, that's going straight to the garage, and there's going to be a swarm of NASCAR officials all over that car. That might even go back to our R&D.
Yeah, absolutely. That will go back to Charlotte, and then we'll probably end up in Dale Jr.'s NASCAR graveyard if he's still got that thing going.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if Reddicks and Dillons make it there as well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, might have a choice of wreck to pick from this one. Be good to see Chase Elliott out and chatting to Kim Coon before, as we heard. Hopefully we'll get Chris Bell shortly, and hopefully he will be looked after over the next 24 to 48 hours.
And with a hit,
because his bell has certainly been rung.
Yeah, definitely. And with a hit like that, you may be cleared after the incident, but you just have to keep an eye in the hours and days that come after, just in case something sneaks up.
Yeah. Once the body's had a bit more time to recover from the shock.
You're still very much on the shock and the adrenaline at this current moment.
Oh, yeah. For you, we'll be for the next half hour, 45 minutes, if not more, I would have thought.
Yeah, so depending on how NASCAR medical want to take it, we may not get him clear for that time.
Yeah, that's also a good point there. We'll
especially with such a big hit like that.
Yeah, they will take their time with Christopher to make sure that he is A-OK. It would be interesting to see.
Well, we were talking about fuel. William Byron led 98 laps here last year, but ran out of fuel with 2 laps to go. It's not just this year that fuel is a talking point at Michigan.
No, we talked about that at the very top of the show, that we've had some...
Was it on your whiteboard?
Yeah, it was. It was in big letters, and we said we ran out of characters to put exclamation marks and question marks after it and an underline.
Incredible.
It was firmly on the whiteboard, and was probably the first thing that went on the whiteboard this week.
Well, I end this this second JT Waffle session with a guest in the past 15 minutes. The first JT Waffle section on USN with a guest. Look at the times, how it changes, Matthew Owens.
I think about some fuel mileage races at Michigan in the past. Jeremy Mayfield winning a famous one in 2005, and his late race season push to make the chase that year. Who could forget in 2009, where we had 3 lead changes in the last 2.5 miles. Jimmy Johnson ran out of fuel coming to the white flag. Greg Biffle took the lead. Then he ran out of fuel on the last lap on the backstretch, and Mark Martin went by to win the race.
Mark Martin winning that, he is one of my favourite memories of this racetrack, and not for any good reason, for his spin.
Oh, yes.
That ended up him hitting the pit wall on the inside.
Yeah.
Another race car incident, weirdly wall damaged thing that happened at this racetrack. When was that? 2008, 9?
2012, in that Aaron's 55.
Was it that? Oh, I was thinking he was in a Kellogg's car. But yeah, you're quite right.
I am literally just reading about it because Speedway Digest is also mentioning it. That exact same wreck.
Just thinking, we mentioned Martin's win in 09 here. The second Michigan race in 09 came down to fuel mileage. Jimmy Johnson again leading late, ran out of fuel, and Brian Vickers went on to win in the Red Bull 83. Jeff Gordon finishing second in both of those races in 09.
That was Red Bull's only win before Van Gisbergen? Was that right? No, Casey Kane would have won in the Red Bull car,
Casey
wouldn't he?
Kane won at Phoenix in 11. I have a cat that will not leave.
And of course, Martin's here with Prime, isn't he? Or was that just for Charlotte or Nashville or whenever it was? Because they rotate them, don't they?
Yeah,
it's MTJ.
Yeah, we've gone from Mark Martin to Martin Truex Jr., of course.
Awesome.
Let's see. Trying to think of some other fuel.
Next week it's Ryan Truex, and the week after that it's Ryan Newman.
Whose car broke down today at Vans Hatch.
Well, now I know that for San Diego, it's also going to be Jeff Gordon.
Yes, just for pre-race.
Very exciting news.
And they're refiring the engines.
Oh, that's also very exciting
news.
And
they're opening pit road as soon as they start rolling cars, so pit road will be open this time.
Just to cap off our fuel mileage conversation at Michigan, just rattling the brain, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s long winless drought, his first Hendrick win in 2008. He was on fumes coming to the finish under caution with Casey Kane behind him. Ricky Rudd's win on Father's Day weekend in 1993. That was a race dominated by Mark Martin, but he had to pit late for fuel, and Ricky Rudd won in 93. So quite a bit of fuel mileage races at Michigan, including last year, of course, when Denny Hamlin won late. So happens a lot around here. I'm sure also too, Matt, during this lengthy red flag, the drivers would have very much liked to have just, can we come down pit road and get out of these cars? They're sitting in there baking now.
Yeah, they didn't want to run them through any of the crash scene, I suppose.
Withdraw the red, display the yellow.
There we go. Absolutely spot on, JT. And the pace car is rolling. So, thankfully, a stoppage of only, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, we were starting to get nervous around here, thinking, "Oh Lord, this could be a long one."
Less than half an hour looking at when the messages came through in a certain chat that I'm in. So
I'm working on getting the exact time.
I reckon it was quarter to the hour. JT will need it for the spreadsheet, of course.
By the way, I made mention of this last week on the air. We'll put the camera back on me here. Now, this is something that I'm sure Matt White will be
20 minutes, 31 seconds time of red.
Oh, okay. Felt longer than that. This is something that the European mind might not be able to comprehend. But I mentioned this last
Oh, here we go.
So I put the camera back on this beautiful face. I have another bottle with me, as you can see, of Sprite with tea. So here is something that I never would have imagined that I would like as much as I do. But someone just had it one day and had me to try it. This has turned into something spectacular, and I'll repeat what I said about it last week. That this is not a paid advertisement. Sprite and the Coca-Cola company is not giving me any money to say this, but if they want to give me some of their money, gladly take it. But I am giving free advertisement right now to Sprite with tea because over there, over in Europe.
Oh, it's a physical thing that you just buy from the store. It's not custom made.
No, it's not custom made. It is.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is Sprite plus tea. So I want to know over
It's like
there.
Coke vanilla.
Over there with you guys, is an Arnold Palmer a thing?
Yeah, he's a golfer.
Well, indeed. And the drink that Arnold Palmer loved was a mix of lemonade and sweet tea. And he loved that drink, and it ended up getting called an Arnold Palmer. Well, I love an Arnold Palmer. It's a terrific drink.
I think I've heard of it as a drink, yes.
Yeah, I love an Arnold Palmer. Well, what they have done
Hold
with
on a minute.
Sprite with tea here is they have essentially made, whether purposely or not, they have essentially made a carbonated Arnold Palmer because you get the lemon-lime taste of Sprite mixed with tea, and they have now created a carbonated Arnold Palmer, and I love it.
My European mind cannot comprehend this. I am going to go get a Kool-Aid to cool down.
So yes, second week running that I've mentioned Sprite with tea on the air. And again, if the Coca-Cola company and the folks at Sprite want to give us some money,
we could
gladly take it.
They can sponsor the drinks breaks during the World Cup, obviously. This drinks break is brought to you by Sprite with tea.
Now, I can tell you that NBC Universal has the Spanish feed rights to the World Cup in America. They have said that they will not be taking commercial breaks during the hydration breaks. I'm not sure if Fox is going to carry through on that, but NBC Universal is.
I would imagine ITV here in the UK will do what they did during the Six Nations rugby tournament at the beginning of the year and do a basically side by side when there was an injury or stuff. They trialed side by side. People were absolutely up in arms about it.
Hey guys, guess what?
They might not.
And why were they up in arms about it, Matt?
Just because we hadn't had it before.
Yes, JT.
One to go at the line and I have my Kool-Aid.
Very good.
Very good.
It's
Yeah.
ice cold and it's tropical punch flavour.
Yeah, we got a picture in a group chat earlier this week from JT just going absolutely wild on somewhere during the week and just stacking up on drinks. I mean...
Yeah.
Costco?
No, it was not Costco. It was a random local Budgeons, which has tons of imports.
Oh, okay.
And Matthew, I hope you enjoyed my commentary of the demo session.
Well, indeed. Although, I'm about to try to... I don't know if Cash App is over there, but I'm about to send you a whole bunch of money, my own money, for you not to miss another hockey game. And we're not going to say why on these airwaves, but you know why. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready Tuesday night / Wednesday morning. Because...
Oh, it's Tuesday night, Wednesday morning?
Yes.
Oh, that's... Wednesday morning is the earliest I'm in college.
Oh, dear. Here we
Nice.
go again.
For context, as I know we're on one to go, and I will do this quickly. The iconic USA NASCAR demo at Brands Hatch was very active today. So I was sending Matthew messages, and out of context, this is going to sound really weird, so I bet it sounded weird for you, Matthew Owens. I started the chain of messages with Kevin Harvick has just lapped the field, followed by Ryan Newman into pit road and out. Mike Skinner's around in 3. There's smoke pouring from the 55. Bobby Labonte in pit road and out as well. The 7 was loose on the grass and, oh my God, very nearly lost it and went big into the wall. And because it was the Danica Patrick car, I just went, look out, Danica Patrick.
Oh,
and then I ended it with Kevin Harvick wins the NASCAR demo. Like a lap ahead the field. The Kyle Busch tribute was incredible, by the way.
Wow.
Anyway, back. Pace car's off, so
Yes.
back to you guys.
Ready to get back racing after the red flag. William Byron, the control car, inside of row 1. Daniel Suarez to his outside. Green flag back in the air, and we're racing again at Michigan. 2x2 racing to turn 1. Alex Bowman breaks ranks about 4 rows back, stacks it 3 wide with Eric Jones and Darrell Wallace Jr. At the front, it is a fist fight for the lead. Daniel Suarez not giving it up.
Against Byron, Hamlin's got through to third in front of Larson and Hocevar. Then it's Ross Chastain, still door-to-door at the front, and that's bringing Hamlin into play as these two squabble. And here comes Hocevar with his traditional turn-free lunge. Hasn't worked. Suarez gets past Byron. He will lead by 3 or 4 car lengths.
Byron slips up out of 4. That traps Denny Hamlin behind him. Meanwhile, Hocevar cut out of the drafting pack, and there's a crash right at the flag stand. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes spinning. Michael McDowell pushing him down the straightaway, and other cars spinning and skittering and careening out of control. Austin Hill, Ryan Preece. One more through the grass is Noah Gragson. Ty Dillon coming to a halt. And the caution is out for a Michigan track record 11th time as another multi-car crash on the main straightaway happened. Second of the day. Shane Van Gisbergen also caught up in it.
Oh, and Noah Gregson as well, who was having a really good day, which we commented on a few times. This all happened coming out of turn number 4 there, which I mentioned in our virtual lap. That wall comes up at you quickly. It's a bit of a pinch point. Let's see what happened. Looking at Noah, he was in the middle of this group.
Looking at a lot.
And,
Michael McDowell into the back of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., which shot put him down into Gregson and Preece. Barry gets tagged from behind by Ty Dillon. Austin Hill trying to sneak through gets knocked around by Noah Gregson, but all of it starts, Matt, with Michael McDowell just getting a big run into the back of Stenhouse to start the chain reaction.
Yeah.
Ryan Preece, who started the day on the chase bubble, involved.
Yeah, Stenhouse looked like his car was a little bit light there, just at the contact point with McDowell, and it turns him right into the wall. Interesting how SVG got involved in all that, but Ryan Preece gesticulating at what was going on even before he's finished having the accident there. He was sliding backwards down the racetrack. You know, what was that kind of shrug?
Let's see.
But all of the black and green cars on the racetrack involved in that one, apart from AJ Allmendinger, of course, he legendarily snuck through the middle of that.
Let's see. I'm trying to pick out Shane. Where in the wide world is he?
Yeah, so am I. I can't for the life of me figure out where
where
he is in all of that. Oh, he's in behind Josh Berry there on the grass, and that's Austin Hill.
Oh, he's up top. He's up top right next to the wall. Somehow he's been pitched into the wall through all of that. Okay.
Yeah, good spot. He's the next person that comes underneath the flag stand after those two that were side by side or T-boned, McDowell and Stenhouse.
I got to tell you, 11 cautions today, not on my bingo card.
Yeah. He says, looking at the watch.
Let's see, we had a 9-car crash earlier, Matt. This one, they are also counting 9 cars because they're also counting Cody Ware, who I did not see in any of those replays, but they're putting him in it.
I think he was in amongst the Josh Berry, Austin Hill portion of the accident. Yeah, this 11 cautions, yeah, as you say, record, 20-minute red flag. This used to be a race that started at 1 o'clock.
It did.
And didn't have any cautions.
Yeah, we've had a number of caution-free Michigan races in the past. We had a caution-free race here in June of 1973. David Pearson won that one. Caution-free race here in '84, won by Darrell Waltrip, and then most recently that race I mentioned earlier, Dale Jarrett with an average speed of 174 miles an hour in 1999.
Can't even begin to fathom how old I was in those 3 years, Matthew.
One.
And when was that Dale Jarrett? In 97?
99.
99. So even the oldest person on this broadcast was 13.
One caution race here at Michigan in 1978 was won by Cale Yarborough, and actually the fourth ever Michigan race here in August of 1970 had just one caution. Charlie Glotzbach, the winner of that one in a Dodge.
Why do I get a thank you, but Matt White doesn't get a thank you when mentioning age?
Right.
because at least I was alive in '99.
But it doesn't work when you count up, only when we count down.
Exactly right. Yeah, that caution-free race in '73 that I mentioned that David Pearson won, he won that race in a 2-year-old Mercury. Just.
I was like minus 35, by the way, in 73, I believe.
No,
but of course, don't forget,
it
was better back in the day.
I don't even think you've done that math totally right. I think, maybe you have. I don't know. But yes, better back in the day. That's right. That is
1973
right.
plus 35 equals 2008.
Okay, so maybe
Thank you.
That was the
Matthew Owens.
That was the Motor State 400, Matt. The drivers that finished on the lead lap was David Pearson, Buddy Baker, and that's it.
Wow. Better back in the day, of course.
The fifth place finisher in that race, Ron Keselowski, driving for John Keselowski here in Michigan.
Dad or Brad, is it?
So you had Bob Keselowski was Brad's dad. Ron Keselowski would have been
Brad's uncle.
Yeah, correct. I was trying to get there. Yes.
And how is Brian related to Brad?
Brian is Brad's brother.
Are they cousins? They are brothers. Okay.
Yes. So, boy, we
just remember Brian being around the scene as I was getting into things at the end of the noughties.
See, this is further proof that you never truly know
where these broadcasts are going to go.
What rabbit holes we might go down. Because I could think of a lot of names that was in that Motor State 400 of 1973. Because Cuckoo Marlin finished 11th.
Of course he did.
Father of Sterling. Richard Childress ran that race, finished 14th.
Who's he?
Elmo Langley ran in that race, and so too did Johnny Benson. And I'm not talking about the Truck Series champion Johnny Benson. I'm talking about his father, Johnny Benson Sr.
Senior. I knew you were going to do that. Oh dear.
IndyCar driver Tony Bettenhausen Jr. Driving the Vita Fresh Orange Juice Chevrolet was in that race. Had a few Canadians in it, Earl Ross and Vic Parsons. See, the things that we hit. I'm telling you,
guys,
don't ever underestimate USN's ability to go down a rabbit hole, especially if there's a race with a lot of yellow.
After the last couple of broadcasts I've been in, I've never underestimated how we can go down rabbit holes.
And speaking of rabbit holes, we have new comments in the chat section. First from our guy Seth Eaves, going back to Coke giving us their money. He says, as much Coke Zero as I drink, I think they should. He also says Pearson equals GOAT. And between those, he'll be very happy that between his two comments, there was a comment from Redbox, speaking of Canadians. He says, looks like I've missed one hell of an afternoon of racing. Well, it's been something.
Yeah, things have happened.
Hard-hitting one. Definitely.
Now, we've had 2 9-car crashes, 2 separate 9-car crashes, and then we had the previous caution, Chase Elliott and Christopher Bell get involved in a crash that is one of the hardest that we've seen in the next-gen era, and an ensuing red flag to repair wall damages. Oh yeah, Seth says, did Adam Shine rant about that Elmo too, talking about Elmo Langley? Because yes, what you want to know what stands for professional radio broadcasting here in America, guys?
Go on.
The Elmo stuffed animal thing, the red thing, you know what I'm talking about. Tickle
From
Me
Sesame
Elmo.
Street, yeah.
Yeah.
From Sesame Street, there you go. That's what I couldn't come up with in my brain. So the Knicks are in the NBA Finals, and I guess Sesame Street is meant to be in New York. I don't know.
Yes.
And apparently there was a comment from Elmo on social media or something that he wanted both teams to have fun. And then because, you know, we're not supposed to play favorites in sports media unless you're from New York, where anyone from New York can openly root for the Giants or the Jets or the Knicks or whoever. And Adam Shine goes in and, you know, goes on a rant about Elmo not cheering for the Knicks. That was on a
An
professional
Indie
sports
NXT
radio
car
talk
nearly
show.
went airborne at Gateway.
Well, but
Half the wind of big crashes.
But yeah, that's professional radio in America, folks. Bet they won't talk about the World Cup, but they'll talk about Elmo.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
By the way,
Matthew Owens.
Speaking of New York, real quick,
Go
I
on.
have to say that. Speaking of New York, the World Cup final here in a little more than a month is they're claiming it's in New York City. It's not. It's in East Rutherford, New
The
Jersey.
New York, New Jersey Turnpike.
Yes, it's in East Rutherford, New Jersey, as we're coming to one to go. That day, what is it, June 19th? June 19th, in the New York City and surrounding areas, a World Cup final at MetLife.
I would hope it's July, isn't it? Because we start
July.
Like,
I'm sorry. Did I say June 19th? July 19th. I beg your pardon. World Cup final in East Rutherford at MetLife. Yankees play the Dodgers in the Bronx, two, biggest baseball brands. Ariana Grande performs at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. And another big performer performs at Billy Joel at Madison Square Garden.
And all of the event organizers, when they see all of the chaos that ensues after that, is going to be like, we didn't start the fire.
To be in that area on that
very good.
Sunday, that was good. To be in that area on that Sunday, I would rather not be.
Guys, I am sending you. I was in the NASCAR demo pit road when they fired up Ryan Newman's 2019 Cup car, and when I am saying it deafened me, all right.
Sure.
I am sending it to you both on the Discord now for unlimited viewing pleasure later on.
We are coming to green.
I should probably go over to the other side.
Well, you could. Hopefully this will be our last
I
green
should.
flag of the day. Wouldn't count on it, but hopefully it is. 39 laps to go when we go green. And because of his hard work on the last restart, Daniel Suarez is the leader in the control car, chooses to restart on the outside of row 1 with William Byron to his left shoulder. Green flag goes up in the air, and with 39 laps to go, 78 miles remaining, we're back underway. And from the inside of row 2, Carson Hocevar pitches that Chevrolet to the inside of William Byron and stacks it up 3 wide for second, and he's got a wheel alongside Suarez for the lead. The teammates are going for it.
Side by side between the two Spire cars at the front, Hamlin and Byron side by side behind. What a huge run from Ross Chastain further back. He gave Joey Logano a massive shot in the back, and he'll put him into contention. But it is going to be Suarez that prevails, is it? No. Hocevar to the front coming off a 4, and here comes Hamlin.
Double slipstream for Hamlin. Where's he going to go? He's going to take the elevator top to bottom. 3 wide and to the lead. Denny Hamlin, the defending Michigan winner, goes to the front. Leaves the Spire cars to battle for second. But out of nowhere, from the back to the front, Denny Hamlin leads.
Much like last week, and it's come late in the day. Hamlin leads and he's going away with it. Suarez to second ahead of Hocevar. Here comes Byron, picking up the Hocevar slipstream towards turn 3. Didn't get through. Wallace passes Logano. He's up in a 5th position. Now he goes to 4th position because he passes Byron.
All of these caution laps lately more than likely means these leaders are good to go to the end on fuel, so it's pedal to the metal right now, and it's Denny Hamlin who officially won the pole but had to start at the rear due to an unapproved adjustment. He now leads for the first time this afternoon.
All kinds of moving and shaking going around back in the pack, but the first few have settled themselves down, and Denny Hamlin is clear of the lead. Here is Hocevar again attacking his teammate, heading towards free with that dive bomb move that he's tried to perfect all afternoon. Didn't quite make it past, and that's actually going to scupper him, and Wallace almost runs into the back of him coming off of 4.
Darrell Wallace Jr. nearly ran over the top of him. Wallace goes all the way down to the apron. William Byron creeps in on this three-way battle for position, and Wallace is going to have Hocevar cleared. No, he won't. Hocevar keeps his foot in it. Round the outside of Darrell Wallace Jr. he goes. The battle for third is a good one.
Carson keeps it wound up, and they'll be side by side coming down the back straight away. Bit of chasing going on to try and get the side draft between both of them, and they'll be side by side heading to free, and all this is doing is helping the guys in front and behind either
Watch
pull away
out,
or
Carson!
get closer.
He's in the wall. He just lost the nose on the exit of 4. Hocevar brushes the wall. William Byron blitzes him down the inside. Joey Logano's there. And once again, a possible Cup Series win at Michigan for the Michigander is running out of steam towards the end of the race.
Yeah, just lost the front, as you say, and just barely brushed the wall. Most of the kick up was from the dust that was up against the wall on the racetrack, so he should be okay, hopefully, as he is trying the hardest of anyone out there to win this race. And he's now battling Joey Logano. This will be for the 5th position, which he will keep.
Yeah, he's held off Logano. He's held off Eric Jones, who was also rushing to him. Meanwhile, behind that group, Kyle Larson is in a battle with Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher, and Austin Cindric. That 4-pack goes into the corner very nearly 4 wide.
Very nearly 4 wide. It's a 4-pack coming off the corner with Larson. Whoa! Chase Briscoe a little bit drifty there coming out of turn 2. Cindric falls back slightly. Buescher giving Larson the heave-ho down the back straight away. So Larson will clear this little group, and Buescher goes through as well on Briscoe.
Meanwhile,
this is how this all began.
Yeah, Larson lost it coming out of 4, nearly washed up into Blaney. Chris Buescher gave him a knock. You can tell that the laps are winding down because they're all driving like it. And, well, you can also tell that the laps are winding down, Matt, because Denny Hamlin is at the front for the first time all day long, and he leads by nearly a second now as he's leaving Daniel Suarez and Darrell Wallace Jr.
Yeah, and I feel like all of the yellow that we've had in the 2 recent yellows have kind of put fuel out of the equation, because no one's driving like they're saving any fuel here. I think everybody's fairly certain that they can make it to the end.
So Daniel Suarez trying to run Denny Hamlin down, did pick up a 1/10 of a second last lap. Boy, the numbers on Daniel Suarez at the end of the straightaway, Matt, shown by Prime, 202 miles an hour on the way to turn 1. But I thought these cars were running painfully slow.
Faster here than at Daytona and Talladega. And we used to do these kind of speeds at Auto Club as well out in California before that was cruelly taken away from us. Anyway, it is still Hamlin leading by about 0.7 of a second.
Hamlin back to the main straightaway and across the line. Lead on Daniel Suarez, as Matt mentioned, about 3/4 of a second. Wallace on an island on his own 3rd. William Byron and Carson Hocevar run 4th and 5th in their nose to tail. Hocevar on the road trying to make it back towards the front.
He's absolutely giving it everything to get a 2nd Cup win in the year and a first hometown, as we've talked about all day. And now he comes up behind the 24 of William Byron as they head back to 3. And again, the dive bomb move to the inside is covered off by Byron.
By the way, Kendall B with us in the chat section. Glad to have you with us as we approach the final laps of the Michigan 400. 30 laps to go. Still 60 miles of racing left on a day that has been very hard on equipment, Matt. We used to come to Michigan and say it's going to be very hard on the engines. Haven't had any engine failures today, but we've had a number of flat tires. We've had 2 separate 9-car crashes, and we've had one of the hardest crashes we've ever seen in the next-gen era between Christopher Bell and Chase Elliott. Elliott. We've gotten to the point where now only 25 race cars are on the track, 23 on the lead lap, and it has been a very difficult day on equipment. Carson Hocevar from Portage, Michigan, was up front on the last restart, got shuffled out. He's trying to get his way back by William Byron for the 4th position. They run wheel to wheel on the approach to turn 1, and Hocevar, as he's done all day, just plants that car hard into the corner and makes the pass.
He does, so back up to 4th position. It's been a day, hasn't it? We've still got the best part of 30 laps to go, and there's plenty of content for the podcasts, the long reads, the Sirius XM to talk about this week, because there has been many storylines written throughout the afternoon, and still more to come. Hamlin leading.
Daniel Suarez, the World 600 winner from a couple of weeks ago at Charlotte, trying to hunt down Denny Hamlin. He lost 1/10 of a second to him that last lap as the margin grows to 0.8 of a second, as you can see on your screen.
Coming up out of turn number 2, it's about the same-ish between Suarez and Wallace, about 0.6 of a second between 2nd and 3rd. And then Hocevar is just over a second behind the 23 car as he recoils again to try and get himself, well, on the podium, and if not, for the race win.
Not to put the cart before the horse, Matt, because we've done that before in races where it looked like Denny Hamlin was heading to victory, famously. Very good. But still 27 laps from the finish of this race. Hamlin, the winner at Nashville last week, his 2nd win of the season, put him to 62 wins, 10th most all-time in Cup Series history. If he holds on to win today, it'll be back-to-back wins. It'll be 3 for the season. It'll be his 4th at Michigan, and it would be career win 63, which would tie him on the all-time wins list with his longtime teammate, the now late Kyle Busch. He's 26 laps away from equaling KB on the career wins list.
Yeah, that would be an emotional one, I'm sure. He did the bow, at Nashville after the win last week. Let's get to the end of the race before we start talking about that kind of thing. Eric Jones has just passed William Byron, as has Joey Logano. So Byron beginning to backslide here. He's down to 7th, and Jones, again, as we saw earlier on, has got the longer the run goes on for, that 43 car comes alive. He is flying at the moment up behind Logano.
Jones on a good run of races here over the last few weeks, and also this is his home track, the Michigander that we haven't talked a lot about today, but he's making us talk about him. In 6th and in the tire tracks of Joey Logano, Matt, who's having, maybe from start to finish, his best run of the 2026 season.
Yeah, a little bit quiet in the very first portion of the race, but has certainly come alive in this second half, and top running forward as well in the 5th position. But he's about to lose that, because here comes Jones at turn 3 down the inside. They'll be side by side coming up out of the corner, and it looks like Jones is going to take the spot.
Dollar Tree Camry to driver's left, blue and orange Auto Trader Ford Mustang to driver's right, and across the line Jones is in front of Logano, who falls back in line behind him. Jones moves up into a top 5 running position.
This is all happening about 5 seconds behind the leader, Denny Hamlin, whose lead is still about the same, 1.5 seconds to Daniel Suarez. So Logano loses the top 5 spot for the moment. And here is the leader heading towards 23 laps to go.
Jones has 2 top 10s this year at Phoenix and Darlington. Does not have a top 5. Runs 5th here with 23 to go. Hamlin clicks off another lap. And that white and crimson number 11 is really starting to gap Suarez. He's stretching it out, isn't he, Matt? A couple of laps ago it was 0.8. Now it's 1.7.
Yeah, put 2 temps into Suarez on the last lap. So from the front to the back to the front yet again, although we didn't start at the front this time because of having to go to the rear after winning the pole yesterday. Be another Denny delightful weekend.
22 to go as he crosses the line, JT.
Got some more stuff from Christopher Bell, by the way. Still not released from the care centre. Joe Gibbs has been there with him. I will go back as we're side by side up against the wall.
Ryan Blaney and William Byron dueling for the 7th position. Blaney to the bottom of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to hear some Bell news before we got to the end of the race, so hopefully he is being very much checked over down there. Laney does put the move on Byron, as you say. So Byron's slide continues. He's now down to 8th, and he'll have his teammate Kyle Larson looming large at his mirror next.
So JT, if you get any news on the condition of Christopher Bell, please let us know. Of course, we did watch as Bell did get out of the car.
Yes. Also worth noting that it seems like the passenger side of the cockpit was breached by some sort of debris from the car, which is not surprising at all, so they'll look into that. Also worth noting that from the car stopping, it took the AMR safety team just 12 seconds to get to that 20 car.
Wow. Incredible work. That's why we don't race back to the caution anymore. But we do have Darrell Wallace Jr. racing to the back of Daniel Suarez in car number 7. Wallace in turn 1, right underneath the spoiler of Suarez. We talked about him as one of our ones to watch, Matt. Wallace has really started to submarine down through the championship standings of late. He's lost 13 spots in the standings over the last 11 races. He started the year with a second at the Daytona 500. He's now towards the chase bubble. What a huge day he could be in for here. With 20 laps to go, he comes off turn 4 in the tire tracks of Suarez, loads up a run. He'll stay behind him for now, but Wallace in that purple and multicolored number 23, looking for the second spot. He'll pitch it to the bottom. Suarez will try to defend it.
Suarez runs it in a little bit deeper into turn 1 and will keep the spot. Yeah, it'd be a great outcome for Wallace if he can get the second place or even stay third. Whereas some of the guys he was in and around in the point standings have had not a great day. So the point shuffle in the second half of the top 10, especially, and towards the cut line, is going to take a good shuffle this afternoon.
Wallace again loads up a run on the front straightaway, but will stay right behind Suarez as they go to 1. Suarez will take it right to the bottom. Oh, and he took the air off the nose of Wallace. Wallace has to fight the wheel and bail out of the throttle. This is now 4 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin is long gone. The last thing he needs to see is a yellow flag. But these two are battling it out for the second position, and Wallace this time takes the dive at turn 3, but wasn't close enough to get alongside and affect the side draft against the 7.
This is the biggest lead we've seen anyone pull out all day long here right at the tail end of the race. Hamlin adds yet another half second to his advantage on this scrap for second, which continues hot and heavy. Wallace right to the bumper cover of Suarez, gets him a little bit loose.
And this time he got to him at the right spot on the racetrack to get him loose. And he did so, and he goes through on the back straight to the inside. Wallace through. I'm sure Danny will be a bit annoyed about that one, but it was an air move rather than a contact move. And with all that fighting that's been happening between those two, watch out behind.
Carson Hocevar with the Jaws music out as he tries to roll up on his teammate Suarez and the 23 of Wallace. 16 to go on a day that's seen 11 cautions, a track record. Will we go caution-free to the end? Denny Hamlin certainly hopes so. But just to reiterate the point, and we've been making it a lot this season and especially the last handful of weeks, Matt, in a year where Chevrolet didn't do a total reset, but some amount of a reset with the new nose of this Camaro, it's been a struggle for these Chevrolet teams to get their arms around it. Hendrick Motorsports has only won twice, and it's been with the same driver at Martinsville in Texas with Chase Elliott. But over the last month, maybe even 2 months, you can make the argument very well that the most consistent Chevrolet team in the garage has been Spire Motorsports, and here they are with 2 cars running 3rd and 4th in the late stages today.
Yeah, indeed so. Kyle Larson was saying after Nashville last week that there's a very small window that this new body fits into in terms of setup, and they're trying to work through it at the moment to try and keep it. If you get outside the setup window, you're gone. And it looks like Spire really have found the sweet spot with their cars, and here comes Carson.
Yeah, Suarez got shut off at the bottom of turn 4 by Wallace, had to bail out of the throttle. Hocevar loads up a run. He'll peel to the inside of his teammate Suarez. Door-to-door battle for third. Into turn 1. Once again, Hocevar is the latest to lift. He'll clear Suarez and move to P3.
Guys, update on Seabell.
Yes.
Go. JT.
NASCAR states Christopher Bell has been evaluated and released from the infield care center. Have not seen him come out, but Gibbs left and they're indicating Bell will not be speaking.
All right.
That's from Jeff Clark.
Christopher Bell will be credited with a 32nd place finish, far from where he has been finishing, where he's been second each of the last 2 weeks. All of the tussling at second has allowed Denny Hamlin to go to his own zip code, Matt. He is 7 seconds clear of Wallace and Hocevar and Suarez and Jones.
Yeah, well clear, and absolutely fingers crossed for Denny, on Denny's point of things, that his day's green at the end, because he's got this one in the pocket. Battle is going to be for second position between Wallace and Hocevar. Close, but not close enough at the moment as Carson tries to reel him in.
Just to start wrapping up a few drivers' days, Penske cars have not been very great today, but they've methodically made their way towards the front. Joey Logano 6th, Ryan Blaney, a former Michigan winner also, who we've not talked about very much tonight. He runs 7th, and Austin Cindric just outside the top 10 and 11th in his pursuit to try to find one of those 16 chase spots. Also put a highlight on Cole Custer, Matt. One of his best qualifying runs of the year had him 18th on the grid. He's running 13th in the final laps. It would be a big result for the Haas factory team.
Yeah, it really would to get Cole a top 15 finish, but good for Penske. Ford, as we said, have been very successful at this racetrack in the sort of long history here, but not so much in the very recent past. It's been a bit more Toyota. But good to see the Penske cars perhaps have turned a small corner. We'll have to wait and see. Change on here for 4th position. Eric Jones has run down Daniel Suarez, and they're going to be side by side down the back straightaway. Daniel with a nose in front, but here comes the Dollar Tree 43, and Eric Jones searching for his first top 5 of the year, goes to 4th, and just in front of them another change. Hocevar around Wallace for second.
Hocevar slips past Wallace, moves up to the second position. Now he and this partisan Hocevar Michigan crowd would love to see a flicker of the yellow lights to give Hocevar one shot at getting around Denny Hamlin for the win. He's 8 seconds back. He won't catch him from here.
No, absolutely. If it stays green, it's all done. But Carson has put on a show for his home crowd this afternoon. Started on the front row. He's been the highlight reel of the day, other than the non-highlight reels, if that makes sense, with all the crashes we've had. The excitement has come from car 77.
Yeah, absolutely has. Running up in second now with 9 to go. And would you believe that Prime is listening to us? They all do. As they now spotlight the Cole Custer automobile with 9 laps to go. What a great run it's been for Cole. In fact, he just made up a place, Matt, up to 12th by passing Ross Chastain. We've mentioned Riley Herbst's name quite a bit today. He's running 14th, looking like a very solid run for the 35 team. And also, as you look on your screen, pull your attention to 21st in the running order. I know we don't talk about 21st being a great run for many teams, but the New York Racing Team with driver J.J. Yaley has stuck on the lead lap all day long. He's running in the 21st spot. He just fell off the lead lap a few moments ago. But, Matt, looks like Yaley and the New York Racing Team heading towards just outside a top 20 finish. That's a huge result for that extremely underfunded team.
Yeah, that'll be a great result for them. Avoided all the carnage today. And that's what you need to do in a race like this to get a finish, is to run all the laps and get home. Battle on here for 5th. Daniel Suarez under attack from car 5, Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson to the inside of Suarez to try to take over position number 5. Larson pulls down all the way to the apron. Now he'll throw that car right up across the nose of Suarez. Contact made as Suarez wasn't lifting. Larson did a good job to steady the car as he takes over 5th.
Yeah, perhaps Suarez none too appreciative there of the Larson move. and a bit of contact was made, but they all keep it straight and true, and Larson beginning to stretch away. And while we were looking at that change of third place, Eric Jones's great run continuing. He's going to take second from Hocevar shortly too.
You got two Michiganders running second and third right now, and this Michigan crowd says, my goodness, we've had more cautions than we've ever had before at this track. What do we need to do for just one more to try to give one of those two a shot to win it? They're now 10 seconds behind.
Good point. Because if there is a late restart, they're both going to be absolutely chomping at the bit. We might still get one. But at the moment, it's a battle for second place, and Jones has had a great car under him all afternoon, lunges at turn 3, and an easily clean pass on Carson Hocevar puts the 43 car up to P2.
If Eric Jones keeps running like this, don't forget his name in conversation over the next handful of weeks about making the chase. He came in 21st in the championship standings, and he's only 36 points outside the top 16. He'll definitely move into the top 20 today because of Zane Smith, Ryan Preece, and Michael McDowell's misfortunes. So for Eric Jones, a terrific performance today at his home racetrack. Denny Hamlin coming to the line, and we're inside the final 4 laps in Michigan, in a state that will host next year's men's Final Four in Detroit, a final 4 laps and 8 miles to see if Denny Hamlin can get career win number 63. Hocevar, who just slid to third, has a mirror full of Darrell Wallace Jr. now as they approach turns 1 and 2.
Wallace through on Hocevar heading into turn 1, so Carson's charge has hit the bricks a little bit here as the laps wind through, and he's going to be back to 4th. We're not going to get two Michiganders on the podium at the moment, it seems like, as Wallace completes that move. 3 laps to go for Denny Hamlin.
Yep, clips across the line with a 10-second lead on Eric Jones. This is going to be one of the largest margin of victories in the next-gen era outside of Shane Van Gisbergen smoking fields at road courses. Hamlin is pounding away at this Michigan racetrack where he's won at 3 times previously, Matt. He's heading to 3.
Yeah, he said on the podcast this week, looking forward to coming up here, another of his favourite racetracks. He's got a bit of a stretch going of favourite racetracks in this part of the calendar, and he's putting on an absolute clinic at the front. Battle on here on the back straightaway for 10th position as Hamlin crosses the line between Chase Briscoe, his teammate, and Austin Cindric trying to get 3 Penske cars in the top 10.
Denny Hamlin, meanwhile, hurdles towards turn 1. He's only got about 1.75 miles to make before he sees a white flag. Austin Cindric loose out of turn 4. Makes a great save, but he's unable to make the pass on Briscoe's stick.
And that might give the place, or keep the place, for Chase Briscoe. Big oversteering moment for Cindric because he was trying to apply the power there coming out of turn number 4. Saves it and saves his 11th place at the moment. But it does look like that's going to be game over for his chance of a top 10. White flag, Denny Hamlin.
Final lap for Hamlin. 2 miles to go. It's going to be an emotional win for Denny, and it's going to be back-to-back wins if he can make it back around. He's in turn 1 for the final time.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one for him. A second win in a row, and to be passing or tying the record set by the great Kyle Busch is just going to be very, very emotional for the man that was his longest teammate. Out of 4 for the final time for the 11 car.
Denny Hamlin looking ahead to the checkered flag. He's becoming the master of going worst to first. He's done it again today. Checkered flag at Michigan. Denny Hamlin scores the victory in the Michigan 400. For 14 years, he was Kyle Busch's teammate from 2008 to 2022. Over the last couple of weeks, he said he would never win as many races if he wasn't Kyle Busch's teammate for all of that time. Today, he equals him on the NASCAR all-time wins list with career victory number 63, tied with the late, great Kyle Busch for 9th most all-time.
Yeah, as you said, SVG Mexico City-esque from Denny Hamlin. And he is going to come around to take the applause of the crowd. Carson Hocevar, by the way, was nursing a tyre that was coming apart there towards the end. That's why his pace suffered and he comes home 5th. But it's all about the man that started on pole. Oh, hang on, no, he didn't, because he was sent to the back.
Well, and here's the moment. Here's
from
the
back
moment
to the front, and here's, yeah.
we knew was going to more than likely take place here when this 63rd win came about. And this is going to bring back memories of April 21st, 2007, when Jeff Gordon won at Phoenix to equal Dale Earnhardt on the NASCAR wins list at 76. He celebrated the win by carrying a number 3 flag around the 1 mile oval in Arizona. Today, Denny Hamlin equaling Kyle Busch on NASCAR's all-time win list with 63 wins. He's just been handed a black flag with the Richard Childress number 8, and in front of it, a black with white outline number 1, making, of course, the number 18 that Busch ran for 14 years with Joe Gibbs Racing. Hamlin has turned his car the wrong direction on the main straightaway, saluting the crowd and giving this Michigan crowd, a sellout crowd, a chance to not only salute him, but to salute the life and legacy of Kyle Busch.
Yeah, it's come around quicker than we thought, perhaps, over the last couple of weeks for Denny Hamlin. But that's an emotional scene, and this is going to be another, much like last week, another fairly emotive post-race, you would feel. Just because it's Denny Hamlin, his margin of victory, 11.11 seconds.
Of course.
And Denny on the radio or said, as we got the shot there of him taking the flag, "We love you, KB," on the radio. So and he's come to rest in turn 4, just at about the spot that his teammate came to rest after that hellacious accident earlier on.
A day at Michigan where we didn't get the type of race we normally get around this historic 2-mile track. A lot of carnage, 11 cautions, the most ever at a Cup Series race at Michigan in this 109th Cup race at MIS. Hard crashes with many race cars involved in them. No fuel mileage to speak of in the end. All of those cautions handicap that conversation. But in the end, an 11 car driven by Denny Hamlin that was the fastest here yesterday to secure his 50th career pole, but had to start at the back and made very little progression through the field at the start, Matt, to the point where we said, my goodness, the car's just not very good in turbulent air. But all of those cautions, giving him chances to adjust the car, calm himself, make up positions on restarts, and just methodically moved his way up the field to score his 63rd victory. And as we flash you the full finishing order on your screen, you can see all the way down in 35th, Tyler Reddick. Today, Denny Hamlin will take a huge chunk out of Reddick's championship lead, as it seems like from here to Daytona, over the next 11 weeks, Matt, it's going to be a 2-horse race for that all-important regular season championship.
Seems that way, doesn't it? And then it's going to be a battle for third, as we sort of talked about at the start of the show. But, yeah, big points day for the 11 team. And Denny already helmet off out of the car, and he will wave the flag with some happiness, some sadness, and I'm sure very much pride, as he will now go and collect the checkered flag, and much like last week, I'm sure, give us the Kyle Busch bow.
2 flags in hand for Denny Hamlin, the checkered flag and the Kyle Busch flag. Let's see if we can hear from him down on the track with Trevor Bayne.
This Joe Gibbs team just keeps giving me amazing race cars. This National Debt Toyota was just amazing, and at the last run there, it just hammered down. Had a few good restarts, and then once we got to the lead, I was going to leg it out all I had.
Denny, we know the significance of this 63 wins for you, but can you even explain what this means with the last couple of weeks?
No, I mean, the off season, it was rough for me. It was rough for the NASCAR family. We lost a lot of people. This week we lost Gentleman Ned, the original badass of the 11. We're still thinking of Kyle, Samantha, Brexton, Lennox. Just an unbelievable feeling to be able to strap in every week, and I don't take it for granted. This opportunity that I'm in, I just love we're making the best of it.
Denny Hamlin, like he's on side quest right now, going to the back, to the front, week after week.
Worst to first for a second week in a row. Last week he started first, jumped the start, had to serve a penalty, went to last, came back to win. This week he was supposed to start first, didn't get to. Ended up starting last and still got the win for that all-important 63rd career victory. And, I think we knew 20 years ago, in February of 2006, when a very young Denny Hamlin that still a lot of people didn't know the name of, when he won the Budweiser Shootout at Daytona as a rookie, I think we knew then he was probably going to put his name in a lot of record books. Perhaps we didn't know to at what level, Matt, because 63 wins puts him tied 9th on the win list, and you know who's the next one in front of him? At 76, Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, not so many to go. And while Denny's been doing last to first, it's happened at Gateway this afternoon because Miles Rowe has done the exact same figure in Indy next.
Yeah.
Another dominant display in the end. It looked shaky in the first half of the race, but as he just said there, as soon as he got out front, no turning back, and the Toyota steamroller continues to roll.
A third straight Heritage Trophy win for Toyota as Denny Hamlin wins for the 4th time here at Michigan. We will not be sticking around very long as we have gone very deep into this one, a 4-hour stream, and that's with a very abbreviated pre-race show. But Matt, your final thoughts and driver of the day from our once-a-year trip to Michigan. It's coming here just once a year and only having one attempt at that Heritage Trophy, I think makes it more special, but I don't know. I wish we had another one of these later in the year. I understand why we don't, though.
Yeah, indeed so. Steve Post down there from MRN about to get his interview in with Denny. Driver of the day, I'm going to go with Eric Jones.
Absolutely.
Because that is a great run. And if it wasn't for the fact that Denny Hamlin won by 11 seconds, Eric Jones would be being talked about more, I think, after today. So what a great run for that legacy team, which is, as we touched on a couple of times today, really finding its feet recently. And JHM was strong as well. Good race when it was green. Too much yellow as we broke the record. And, of course, the scary crash will be the sort of main takeaway really from this, apart from Denny's win. But good race when it was going, and Eric Jones, my driver of the day.
14th for John Hunter Nemechek, to your point. A lot of organizations having a really good day, and more than just the normal organizations that we talk about. Spire has cars finish 5th and 6th. Michael McDowell did get caught up in a crash and failed to finish 26th. But Spire goes 5th and 6th with Hocevar and Suarez. Legacy puts both of their cars in the top 15, and one of them finishing 2nd. Haas Factory Team 12th with Cole Custer. And we talked about the New York Racing Team with J.J. Yaley finishing 21st. I agree with you, driver of the day for me. My vote also goes to Eric Jones. Carson Hocevar, by the way, did fade to 5th at the finish, but did finish with the Xfinity fastest lap point which he set at 37.473 seconds on lap 167. We mentioned the big chunk that Denny Hamlin would take out of Tyler Reddick's championship lead. How big is that chunk, you ask? It is 46 points. It's gone from 97 to 51, Reddick to Hamlin. That is within now a race's worth of points. Maximum point gain possible in one race is 76. No change in the top 6 positions in points. Carson Hocevar, though, does leap up 2 spots from 9th to 7th. Darrell Wallace Jr., Matt, who we had talked about, losing all those spots the last handful of weeks, his 3rd place finish vaults him up 4 spots from 15th to 11th. Shane Van Gisbergen drops 2 from 12th to 14th. Brad Keselowski also dropped a pair, 13th to 15th. The bubble now belongs still to Austin Cindric. He's got 3 points, is the edge that he has on teammate Joey Logano. And in fact, Matt, it's just 19 points from 16th to 19th, which is Austin Cindric to Ryan Preece.
All to play for then as we head into this summer stretch for those guys from, 9th down in the point standings. It's going to be an absolute dogfight between all of them to get themselves in.
Matthew,
JT?
Knowing you've probably already mentioned this, but Denny Hamlin now has the opportunity to do something he has yet to accomplish. 3 or more consecutive NASCAR Cup Series race wins.
Yeah, he's never won 3 in a row, and he is, maybe the best all-time at Pocono, where we head next week. Pocono next Sunday here on the channel, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, along with World Cup action. Will be earlobe deep.
It's going to be chaos.
We're going to be earlobe deep into the World Cup starting next Thursday. That's when Matt and I will speak again. Pocono next Sunday, and then followed by, of course, the San Diego race. As we get into as Matt mentioned, the dog days of summer in NASCAR, where the races come thick and fast. No doubt about it. Matt, thanks so much.
I cannot wait for that San Diego race. Oh my God, I cannot wait.
Shane Van Gisbergen can't either. Matt, thanks so much as always, and thanks to everyone that joined in. Glenn Judd said see you next week, and thanks in the comments. Great to have everyone with us today. We did climb many subscribers. We're up over 980 now, 982, 18 away from quadruple digits.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes,
hit the button.
Hit it. Basketball tomorrow night, hockey Tuesday night, World Cup starts Thursday. For everyone here, for JT, Matt White, Matthew Owens signing off, we congratulate Denny Hamlin, his 4th win at Michigan, 63rd of his career.